Imagine for a second, just, imagine that you could take the political temperature of an entire nation.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's a big task.
Right. But I don't mean just looking at a poll to see who's winning an election today,
Yeah.
or asking people how they feel about like a newly passed infrastructure bill or whatever.
You mean something deeper?
Exactly. I want you to imagine measuring the deep, invisible forces that dictate how a society actually views authority, how it defines freedom, and fundamentally, how citizens view each other.
So you're talking about essentially mapping the subconscious of a country.
That is exactly what we are doing today on this deep dive. We have this fascinating stack of source material that explores the profound and often misunderstood difference between public opinion and political culture.
Yeah, and that distinction is crucial.
It really is. The goal here is to unpack why societies behave the way they do politically. If you want a shortcut to being profoundly well-informed about the invisible architecture of global politics.
And why certain nations thrive as democracies while others, collapse into chaos.
Yes, exactly. This is it. But before we get totally into the weeds, I do want to set some ground rules for you, the listener.
Right, the rules of engagement.
Yeah, because our source material today covers some highly polarized political topics. We're going to be talking about American culture wars, left-wing versus right-wing ideologies, racial divides, stuff that gets people really heated.
Very heated, yeah.
So I want to make it absolutely clear that both of us are acting solely as impartial guides today. We are not taking sides.
Not at all.
We're simply reporting the perspectives exactly as they are presented in the source text, just to help you understand these core concepts.
And what's fascinating here is that when you look at political culture, you realize it is essentially a nation's collective memory.
A collective memory. I like that.
Yeah, because the values we're going to explore were laid down centuries ago in some cases. Yet they are the exact mechanisms actively shaping the headlines you read this very morning.
It's crazy to think about.
It is. We often get so distracted by the daily noise of politics that we completely miss the historical machinery running quietly underneath it all.
Okay, so let's unpack this fundamental difference between public opinion and political culture, because it really is the lens through which we have to view everything else we talk about today.
Right. It's the foundation.
I like to think of it as a weather analogy. So public opinion is the weather. It's highly localized, it changes fast, and it's reactive.
Like a sudden thunderstorm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It might rain on a president's approval ratings today because of a scandal, or it might be sunny because of a great jobs report. But political culture, that is the climate.
The climate. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
It's broad, it is incredibly deep-seated, and it endures. It determines whether you're living in a rainforest or a desert to begin with.
That analogy holds up perfectly when you look at how sociologists and political scientists actually study these two phenomena.
Oh, do they use different methods?
Completely different methodologies. So if a researcher wants to gauge public opinion, the weather, they use scientific polling. They ask a specific time-bound question.
Like, do you approve of the president's handling of the economy?
Exactly. It's just a snapshot of a fleeting mood. But measuring the climate requires a totally different approach. You wouldn't ask about current events.
So what do you ask then?
You ask questions that probe the underpinnings of legitimacy in a society. You ask, do you generally trust other people? Or do you believe it's a citizen's duty to challenge an unjust law?
Oh, wow. Which are significantly heavier questions. You're not asking how they feel about a person.
No, you're asking how they feel about the social contract itself.
That is wild.
Right. And that is why the researchers studying political culture act a lot more like anthropologists or historians than modern pollsters do.
They have to look at the bigger picture.
Yeah, they have to observe daily life, literature, and history to find those gut attitudes that sustain a whole political system. Alexis de Tocqueville is a prime example of this.
Oh, the French guy who visited America, right?
Yep, he's a French aristocrat who visited the United States in the 1830s. He traveled all over just observing how Americans interacted, how they formed groups, how they viewed equality.
He's taking notes on the vibe, essentially.
Pretty much. And his resulting work, Democracy in America, is still considered a foundational text for understanding U.S. political culture today. His qualitative observations from almost 200 years ago are just as vital as a quantitative data set from last week.
Because he was observing the climate, and climates take centuries to shift.
Precisely.
To bring this into a global perspective, look at India in the source material. There is this millennia-old emphasis on the caste system, right? This deeply entrenched social hierarchy.
Which goes back thousands of years.
Exactly. Now, modern Indian governments have passed laws and made immense efforts to legally abolish caste-based discrimination. But the system persists in many areas because it is so deeply rooted in the political and social culture.
You cannot legislate away thousands of years of collective memory overnight.
Right. The law is the weather, but the caste system is the climate.
And we see similar structural endurance in Japan, though it, manifests entirely differently.
Yeah.
Japan has this lingering historical deference to authority that stems from its feudal past.
Oh, interesting. How does that show up today?
Well, it's woven into the social fabric. You see it in the language, in corporate structures, and even in physical greetings, where the depth of a bow indicates social hierarchy.
So it's everywhere.
It is. And politically, this translates into a citizenry that often submits to the authority of those in office. Sometimes, even when there is overwhelming evidence that those officials are incompetent or corrupt.
The instinct is to defer, not to disrupt.
Exactly.
Which is wild to think about from an American perspective, because the U.S. climate was founded on what sociologists call competitive individualism.
Yeah, Americans historically do not defer to anyone.
No. In fact, they consider it their absolute democratic birthright to loudly criticize the government. Even if they don't, actually know much about the specific policies being debated, it's the culture of the squeaky wheel.
It's a completely different foundational posture.
Mm-hmm.
And if we jump over to Europe, look at France.
Oh, France is a great example.
Right, because after centuries of a highly centralized monarchy going back to Louis XIV, followed by various empires and republics, the French developed a culture of étatisme. State control.
State control, okay.
There is an inherent baseline expectation among the French public that a massive centralized state is required to supervise the economy and manage society. It's not a partisan debate over there, it's a foundational assumption.
Then you contrast all of that with a place like Iraq, because for centuries, under various Arab and Turkish empires, and then for decades under Saddam Hussein's brutal regime, Iraq knew absolutely nothing but autocracy.
Zero democratic tradition.
The concept of democracy literally had no roots in the Iraqi political culture. The soil was completely barren of democratic traditions. That makes the imposition or the implementation of a democratic system incredibly fraught.
If not impossible, because the psychological infrastructure just isn't there.
Yeah.
Which brings us to a vital realization. Overarching climates exist, but not every nation shares the same type of climate.
Right, you can't just plant a democratic seed in autocratic soil and expect a vibrant republic to bloom.
You really can't. And this realization led to one of the most landmark studies in political science, conducted by Gabriel Almond and Sidney Verba in 1959 and 1960.
Oh, the civic culture study.
Yes, exactly. They wanted to understand what specific type of culture actually sustains a democracy. They essentially categorized nations into three distinct flavors or, ideal types of political culture.
With the caveat, of course, that every country is a blend. But one type usually dominates, so what's the first flavor?
The first flavor they identified is the participant political culture. At the time, they pointed to the United States and Britain as prime examples.
Okay, what does that look like?
In a participant culture, people acutely understand that they are citizens. They pay attention to politics, and most importantly, they possess high levels of political efficacy and political competence.
Let's define those, because they are crucial to this whole deep dive. Efficacy means you genuinely feel like your voice matters, that if you speak up, the system will respond.
Right.
And competence means you actually know the mechanics of how to get things done. You know how to petition a representative, how to organize a rally, how to navigate the bureaucracy.
Exactly. In a participant culture, citizens believe that if a law is unjust, they can and will organize a group to protest it. They have a baseline trust in other people, allowing them to cooperate in voluntary organizations.
So this is, according to the framework, the ideal soil to sustain a healthy democracy.
It is. The second flavor is the subject political culture. The study identified West Germany and Italy as fitting this mold at that specific time in the post-World War II era.
Got it. And how is that different from a participant?
In a subject culture, people know they are citizens, and they might casually follow the news, but they are fundamentally passive. They lack that emotional, proactive pride in the political system.
They see themselves as subjects meant to be ruled rather than active participants meant to govern.
Precisely. They might vote, but it's often out of a sense of compliance rather than enthusiasm. If they have a problem, they might appeal to a local official, but the idea of organically forming a massive grassroots protest movement just doesn't occur to them.
So democracy can exist in this soil, but it has a much harder time sinking deep, resilient roots.
Yes. And the third flavor is the parochial political culture. Mexico, at the time of the 1959 survey, was the primary example they used.
Parochial, meaning hyperlocal, right?
Exactly. In a parochial culture, citizens don't strongly identify with the national government at all. Their loyalty and attention are tied to their immediate village, tribe, or parish.
They expect absolutely nothing from the central government.
Nothing. They pay no attention to national politics, and they feel entirely powerless to influence anything beyond their immediate surroundings.
So trying to establish a functioning national democracy in parochial soil is like trying to build a skyscraper on sand. You have to manufacture an entirely new sense of national citizenship from scratch.
It is a brilliant framework for understanding global behavior.
It is, but I have to push back on something here. Because there is a glaring paradox in the source material when we look at the United States as the gold standard of the participant culture.
Oh, I know where you're going with this.
Right. If the U.S. is supposedly filled with this highly engaged, highly competent citizenry, why is American voter turnout traditionally so abysmal?
It's a very fair point.
Compared to other industrialized democracies, the U.S. often ranks near the bottom. You regularly have elections where barely half the eligible population bothers to cast a ballot for president, and local elections. Turnout is often in the single digits. How can you have a model participant culture if half the participants are sitting on the couch?
It's a fantastic question, and it really highlights a major misconception about what a participant democracy actually looks like in practice. The paradox is resolved by a concept known as the rule of anticipated reactions.
Okay, tell me about that.
Well, it relies heavily on what they call the sleeping dogs theory.
The sleeping dogs. I love this concept so much.
It's a profound look into the psychology of governance. You see, a participant democracy isn't necessarily defined by frenetic, constant voter turnout for every single minor election.
Because that would be exhausting.
Right. Instead, it is defined by the psychological connection between the public and the leaders. The leaders know that most of the time, the public is preoccupied with their own lives, their families, their jobs, their hobbies.
The public is essentially a pack of sleeping dogs. They aren't paying hyper-close attention to the daily minutia of policy.
But the leaders also know those dogs have teeth.
Oh, they definitely have teeth.
Precisely. The politicians know that if the public is suddenly aroused by a massive scandal, or a sudden spike in inflation, or, say, an unpopular military draft, that seemingly apathetic public absolutely possesses the competence and the efficacy to wake up.
They will organize seemingly out of nowhere and violently vote them out of office.
Exactly. So, following the rule of anticipated reactions, politicians are constantly tiptoeing around these sleeping dogs.
So they aren't governing based on who voted yesterday. They are making policy decisions based on how they calculate the public will react tomorrow if they wake up angry.
Yes. The primary goal of a leader in a democratic system is often just to let sleeping dogs lie. Keep the public relatively content and passive.
So the true power of a participant culture doesn't lie solely in actual daily participation. It lies in the sheer threat of potential participation. The capacity to act is what restrains the government.
That is the key.
I want you, the listener, to think about your own behavior for a second. How often do you actually attend your local city council or zoning board meetings? If you're like most people, the answer is almost never. You are a sleeping dog.
We all are, for the most part.
But imagine the city council suddenly proposes a highly controversial zoning law. Say, they want to bulldoze a local park to build a massive waste management facility right next to your neighborhood. What happens? You don't just sigh and accept it. Suddenly you are at that meeting.
You're printing out flyers, you're knocking on your neighbor's doors, you're organizing a petition.
Because Americans historically are natural group formers when a specific threat arises. We know how to associate to solve a problem.
But that realization that citizens will spontaneously form groups and act when necessary hinges entirely on the existence of an infrastructure that allows them to organize.
You can't form a group if you don't know how to trust your neighbor.
Exactly. And that brings us to the vital, oxygen-rich space that exists between the individual family unit and the massive apparatus of the state.
Yes, the concept of civil society, the absolute glue of democracy. The philosopher Edmund Burke famously referred to this space as the little platoons of society.
The little platoons. I've always loved that phrase.
Me too. These are the churches, the local business associations, the Rotary clubs, the bowling leagues, the volunteer fire departments. Tocqueville called them the habits of the heart.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, civil society is the bedrock upon which all democratic institutions rest. Without these little platoons, politics ceases to be a negotiation and degenerates into a murderous grab for power.
Because you don't know how to deal with people you disagree with.
Exactly. It is within these voluntary associations that human beings actually learn the mechanics of self-governance. When you join a community organization, you are forced to cooperate with people who might hold totally different religious or political views than you.
You learn how to run a meeting, how to compromise, how to accept a majority vote without, resorting to violence.
It's wild to think that managing the budget for a local Little League team or organizing a church bake sale is essentially a micro-training ground for the exact civic virtues required to run a nation. You are practicing moderation.
You are building social capital. And the starkest way to understand the value of civil society is to look at what happens when it is deliberately destroyed.
This is a dark but necessary comparison.
Let's consider the fall of totalitarian regimes in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. Let's contrast Poland with Russia and Iraq based on the text.
Right, because Poland had an incredible advantage.
They really did.
They did. Despite decades of oppressive communist rule, Poland maintained an incredibly robust civil society, primarily anchored by the Catholic Church.
Because the church operated independently of the state.
Yes. It provided a safe space where Poles could gather, share ideas, and essentially practice ignoring the communist regime. It was a massive, organized little platoon.
So when the totalitarian state finally collapsed in 1989, Poland didn't collapse with it. They already possessed the social infrastructure and the ingrained trust necessary to transition relatively quickly into a functioning democracy.
But then you look at Russia under the Soviet Union or Iraq under Saddam Hussein. Those totalitarian regimes understood that little platoons were a huge threat.
So they actively, brutally stomped out any independent civil society. They wanted the citizen to be completely isolated, with their only loyalty directed toward the state.
Exactly. They created an intentional vacuum.
Yeah.
So when communism fell in Russia and when the Ba'ath Party fell in Iraq, the West assumed that democracy would naturally bloom in the newly freed soil.
Because the bad guy was gone.
Right. But it didn't. It couldn't, because there were no habits of the heart, no community organizations, no baseline of trust between citizens.
In Russia, the vacuum was quickly filled by oligarchs and a reversion to authoritarianism. In Iraq, the absence of civil society led to sectarian violence and chaos.
You simply cannot impose a democratic superstructure on a society that lacks the foundational glue of social trust.
And it is crucial to understand that this trust doesn't just dictate political stability, it dictates economic survival. The political scientist Francis Fukuyama wrote extensively about this concept, which he calls spontaneous sociability.
Spontaneous sociability, yeah.
His argument is that heavy economic prosperity requires high levels of social trust. If you live in a high-trust society, you can easily do business with a stranger.
Right. You can sign a contract with someone you just met, trusting that the legal and cultural system will ensure they hold up their end of the bargain.
That allows capital to flow freely and corporations to grow.
But in a low-trust society, where you fundamentally assume strangers are trying to cheat you, economic activity paralyzes.
Yeah.
You only do business with your immediate family or your closest friends.
You can't build massive, innovative corporations if you can't trust anyone outside your bloodline. The entire economy stagnates.
Trust is the currency of both a healthy democracy and a thriving economy.
Which makes the next phase of our deep dive incredibly unsettling. Because political culture, as enduring as a climate is not permanently immune to change. It can decay.
It really can.
And when a high-trust society begins to hemorrhage that trust, the foundation starts to crack.
This is a critical phenomenon. If we look at the United States, the historical data reveals a profound and depressing trend line regarding the public's trust in their government and institutions.
Yeah, in the late 1950s and early 1960s, trust was remarkably high. The public generally believed the government would do the right thing most of the time. But then the climate endured a series of massive structural shocks.
You had the trauma of the Vietnam War, which really fractured the moral consensus of the country.
And then Watergate.
Right, the Watergate scandal, which proved that the highest levels of government were capable of profound criminality and deception. You had the staggering inflation and economic malaise of the 1970s. The survey data shows trust in government absolutely plummeting during this window.
There was a brief resurgence in the 1980s under Ronald Reagan, a sort of morning in America feel-good spike, but it never recovered to those pre-1960s baseline levels.
And then the shocks continued. Trust fell sharply again in the early 2000s over the controversy surrounding the war in Iraq, and it dropped even further in the 2010s due to the fallout of the financial crisis, high unemployment, and a totally paralyzed gridlock government in Washington.
What happens is that these acute weather events, these specific scandals and wars, happen so frequently and with such intensity that they eventually alter the climate.
Right, the public opinion of the moment calcifies into a deeply cynical political culture.
And that rising tide of cynicism is the perfect breeding ground for what we now call the culture wars. When trust evaporates, polarization accelerates.
Historically, political scientists used to talk about the two Spains because Spain was so severely fractured by regional and religious divides that it led to a brutal civil war. Today, observers argue that America has developed into its own version of two completely distinct nations occupying the exact same geographic space.
Let's map out these two Americas exactly as sociologists categorize them today in our sources. On one side of the chasm, you have the conservative camp.
Demographically, this group tends to be more rural, rooted in small towns, and concentrated in the middle and southern regions of the country, the red states.
Ideologically, they place a massive premium on personal responsibility. They view big government intervention not as a helping hand, but as an oppressive force.
They tend to hold traditional religious views, which translates into opposition to things like gay rights or gun control, and their media consumption is heavily anchored by outlets like Fox News.
On the opposite side of the chasm, you have the liberal camp. This demographic leans heavily secular, urban, and is concentrated on the coastal regions, the blue states.
Their worldview suggests that systemic issues require systemic solutions, meaning they see a profound need for robust government intervention in areas like healthcare and the economy.
They prioritize minority rights, they generally harbor deep skepticism toward large corporations, they oppose the death penalty, and their media diet is characterized by outlets like MSNBC.
But how did this climate shift so drastically? How did the U.S. go from a high-trust consensus in the 1950s to two armed ideological camps?
Here's where it gets really interesting. Sociologists trace the origin of this massive fault line back to the cultural upheaval of the 1960s.
Ah, the 1960s.
Yeah, you had a younger generation actively repudiating traditional authority, the rise of the counterculture, the sexual revolution, the anti-war movement.
And for every action in political culture, there is a reaction. The chaos and rapid social change of the 1960s terrified a huge swath of the country. Richard Nixon famously tapped into this by appealing to the silent majority.
This was a massive group of Americans who reacted to the counterculture by turning fiercely toward conservative Christianity and family values.
They saw the left as dismantling the moral fabric of the nation, and they mobilized to stop it.
It essentially transformed political disagreements into moral crusades. The trauma of the Vietnam era created wounds that never fully healed, and those same ideological battle lines were redrawn during the Iraq War and the economic bailouts.
The result today is that the dialogue is completely broken down. The debates between these two Americas are rarely rational discussions about marginal tax rates or infrastructure policy anymore.
No, they are visceral. They are existential. The two sides operate on fundamentally different moral frameworks, to the point where the primary goal in politics is no longer to pass your own legislation. It is simply to block whatever the other side is trying to do.
This raises an important question about the state of those little platoons we discussed earlier. If civil society is supposed to force us to cooperate with people who are different from us, why is polarization so high?
Right.
Many scholars argue that the very fabric of American civil society is tearing. The most famous articulation of this is from Harvard political scientist Robert Putnam in his landmark work, Bowling Alone.
Explain his thesis, because the bowling metaphor is just brilliant.
It really is. Putnam looked at decades of data and noticed a peculiar trend. The total number of individuals who bowled in America had actually increased, but the number of people participating in organized bowling leagues had drastically declined.
People were bowling, but they were bowling alone, or just with their immediate family.
Exactly. They weren't joining the Wednesday night league with the local plumber, the banker, and the teacher.
Right. And Putnam used this as a potent metaphor for a much broader, catastrophic trend. He documented how membership in traditional legacy grassroots organizations like labor unions, the PTA, the Boy Scouts, the League of Women Voters, fraternal orders like the Elks or the Lions Club was plummeting.
Putnam argued this meant America's social capital was evaporating. We were no longer meeting face-to-face in apolitical settings to solve community problems. We were losing the venues where cross-cutting relationships are built.
I understand the data, but I want to play devil's advocate here with what the text points out. Is it possible that Putnam is just nostalgic for a 1950s version of association?
That's a huge debate in sociology right now.
Because there is a strong counter-argument that Americans aren't necessarily less social today. We are just forming different types of groups. The Elks Lodge might be empty, but look at the explosion of groups like Habitat for Humanity or Meals on Wheels.
Or the spontaneous, massive mobilization of the Tea Party movement a decade ago.
Exactly. Or the rapid organization of environmental and social justice charities today. College students volunteer at incredibly high rates. We are still natural group formers. We've just moved from hierarchical dues-paying clubs and more fluid, project-based networks.
It is a vital debate, and you are right that association hasn't vanished entirely. But the sociologists who fear the decline warn about the nature of these new associations.
How so?
If citizens stop interacting through local, community-based organizations where they have to compromise with their literal neighbors, they lose an understanding of civic obligations. They retreat into isolated silos, often online, where they simply demand their rights from a distant government.
So politics shifts from a localized community discussion into a nationalized shouting match.
Exactly. And when that community trust falls, and the masses tune out of local civic life, it creates a massive power vacuum.
Because if average citizens aren't engaged, someone else will happily grab the wheel. This brings us to a crucial dynamic in political culture, the divide between the elite and the mass subcultures.
We need to define elites very carefully here, because the word carries a lot of baggage. In political science, when we talk about elites, we are not referencing a shadowy cabal of billionaires or the top 0.1% of rulers.
Right. It's a functional definition, not a conspiracy theory.
Precisely. Elites refers to the several percent of the population that possess better education, higher income, and consequently, a disproportionate amount of influence.
This group is inherently more interested in the mechanics of politics. They vote in local primaries, they organize political action committees, they write op-eds, and they run for office.
The clearest way I can picture this is comparing an average everyday voter to a delegate at a national political convention.
Oh, that's a perfect example.
If you look at the floor of the Democratic or Republican National Convention, you are looking at the political elite. Demographically, they look nothing like average America.
No, an overwhelming percentage of them hold postgraduate degrees. There are law school graduates everywhere. Their average household income dwarfs the national median.
And most significantly, they are vastly more ideologically extreme. The delegates at the DNC are significantly more liberal than your average blue-collar Democratic voter, and the RNC delegates are much more staunchly conservative than a typical suburban Republican.
It perfectly illustrates the divide. The elites, driven by education and wealth, take the leading roles in the political theater. And again, sociologically speaking, this isn't necessarily a sinister plot. It is standard operating procedure in almost every society throughout history.
It's basically a VIP access versus general admission dynamic.
Yes. Why do the elites get the VIP treatment? It comes back to the concepts of competence and efficacy.
The educated elites know exactly how the bureaucratic machine works.
Right. If a new regulation threatens their business, they don't just complain to their friends. They know how to draft a persuasive memo. They have the phone number of a lobbyist. They know which journalist to leak a story to.
That is high political competence. And because they have the knowledge, they possess high efficacy, they walk through life with the confident assumption that if they apply pressure, the system will bend to their will.
But then you analyze the mass culture, particularly those on the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum. They often lack that specialized insider knowledge of how the levers of power operate.
Right. When a government bureaucracy makes a decision that negatively impacts their life, they don't know who to call. And because they lack that competence, they suffer from low efficacy.
They feel fundamentally powerless, which creates a devastating apathy loop. The mindset becomes, the system is rigged, my voice doesn't matter, politicians are all corrupt anyway, so why should I even bother trying?
And this exposes one of the darkest ironies of modern democracy. Legally and constitutionally, a democracy is an open system. The right to vote is universally available.
But in practice, because the masses so often succumb to this apathy loop and tune out, they voluntarily negate the numeric power of their own majority. The elites, conversely, leverage their competence and resources to constantly amplify their minority
And
voice.
what do they do with that amplified voice? They secure structural advantages. Look at the U.S. tax cuts in 2001, which are often cited in our text as a prime example of this dynamic.
Right. Those policies overwhelmingly favored the wealthiest brackets of citizens.
Why did a democracy vote to enrich its richest members? Because the wealthiest are the ones who show up. They fund the campaigns, they hire the lobbyists who literally write the legislation, and they dominate the discourse.
Those lower on the economic ladder simply do not have the machinery to counter that pressure. The right to vote is just the ticket into the stadium. It doesn't give you access to the field where the plays are actually being called.
It is a sobering reality about class and education.
Yeah.
But this elite versus mass dynamic is only one axis on which a political culture can fracture. The situation becomes infinitely more volatile when a nation is split by profound racial, linguistic, or ethnic realities.
Which transitions us perfectly into the challenge of minority subcultures and the tension between the mosaic and the melting pot. Demographically, the United States is undergoing a massive shift. Data shows that a third of U.S. residents are non-white, and in major economic engine states like California and Texas, whites are already a demographic minority.
But sociologists make a very strict distinction here. Simply belonging to a different demographic or ethnic group doesn't automatically mean you belong to a different political subculture.
What's the requirement then?
To be classified as a distinct political subculture, a group must possess fundamentally different political views, values, and trust levels from the mainstream culture. For instance, you might have a community of Norwegian Americans in Minnesota who celebrate their ethnic heritage, but their baseline political values and voting habits align perfectly with the mainstream American climate.
So they are not a political subculture.
Exactly. However, the data explicitly categorizes African Americans as a highly distinct political subculture within the U.S.
Demographically, there are historical gaps in wealth and education compared to the white population, and their voting patterns are monolithically more liberal. But where the subculture distinction becomes undeniable is in how the two groups perceive the basic legitimacy of state authority.
The profound divide over the U.S. criminal justice system is the most glaring example of this. If you look at the polling and sociological data impartially, African Americans and movements like Black Lives Matter diverge radically from the mainstream white perspective regarding law enforcement.
Within the subculture, police are frequently viewed as an oppressive, racially biased force, and the justice system is seen as structurally rigged against them.
Meanwhile, the sociological data shows that the mainstream white population tends to view the police as protective and the courts as fundamentally just, believing the system has largely purged itself of historical racism.
This isn't just a disagreement over a policy. This is a massive chasm in lived reality. You have two groups living in the same geographic space, looking at the exact same institutions and seeing two entirely different worlds.
And history tells us that when a subculture feels profoundly alienated from the dominant culture, the results can threaten the very existence of the state. If integration fails, you get separatism.
The ultimate expression of, we don't belong here and we want out. We saw this violently in the 1990s with the collapse of the Soviet Union and Yugoslavia.
Citizens realized their true loyalty wasn't to the artificial national flag, but to their specific ethnic subculture. The nation's shattered.
You see it simmering with the Basques in Spain, who possess a distinct culture and language from Madrid. You see it in the UK, where historical resentments fueled the Scottish independence movement, leading to a referendum where Scotland came incredibly close to breaking away from the Union.
But perhaps the most illustrative case study of a subculture waking up and demanding autonomy is right next door in Canada with the Quebecois. The history of Quebec is a masterclass in political culture dynamics.
The history here is fascinating, especially the unwritten deal. Let's walk through it.
It goes back to 1759 when the British conquered the French in Quebec. Surprisingly, the British allowed the French Canadians to retain their language and their Catholic religion.
For the next 2 centuries, Quebec essentially entered a political hibernation. It remained highly traditional, deeply religious, and rural. It completely missed the secularization of the French Revolution back in Europe.
And during this time, an unstated social deal settled over the province.
Right, the deal was an economic and cultural division of labor. The English speakers, the Anglophones, would control the commerce, the banking, and the major industries. Montreal developed into a bustling, English-speaking economic hub.
Meanwhile, the French speakers, the Francophones, who were the vast demographic majority, were culturally and economically marginalized.
They largely worked as farmers or laborers, and they yielded all social authority to the local traditional politicians and, crucially, the Catholic priests.
But then the 1960s arrived, bringing what is known as the Quiet Revolution. The Francophone population essentially woke up from its two-century hibernation.
They rapidly secularized, rejecting the authority of the Catholic Church.
They looked at the economic disparity and realized they were second-class citizens in their own province. They demanded modernization, they demanded economic power, and their rallying cry became Maître chez nous, masters in our own house.
Maître chez nous. It's such a powerful articulation of a subculture demanding agency.
It completely upended Canadian politics. This cultural awakening birthed the Parti Québécois, a political party explicitly dedicated to pulling Quebec out of Canada entirely.
They argued that because their linguistic and cultural identity was so distinct, they could never be truly served by the English-speaking majority in Ottawa.
This culminated in the 1995 independence referendum, where the vote to fracture the nation of Canada failed by barely 1%.
Barely 1%. That is wild.
It was a razor-thin margin that showed just how potent subcultural identity can be.
And the Quebec example forces a massive question upon countries like the United States. How do you handle subcultures? Do you actively force integration, or do you allow groups to remain distinct?
Sociologists often contrast two historical approaches to this dilemma. On one extreme, you have France's aggressive policy of national integration in the late 19th century.
Ah, right.
In the 1870s, the French government realized that vast swaths of their rural population didn't actually feel French. They spoke obscure local dialects like Breton and identified only with their villages.
So the central government initiated a massive socialization project.
Yes. They sent state school teachers into these rural areas acting almost like secular missionaries. They instituted a rigid, standardized national curriculum focused intensely on the glory of a unified French history.
They literally punished children for speaking local dialects in order to erase them. As one historian summarized it, it was a deliberate policy to turn peasants into Frenchmen.
It was forced assimilation. Contrast that with the historical American approach, which is famously described as the melting pot.
The U.S. historically didn't use a top-down central mandate to erase cultures in quite the same systemic way France did. Instead, millions of immigrants arrived, and the sheer gravity of America's achievement-oriented, hyper-capitalist consumer society naturally standardized them.
Immigrants voluntarily learned English because it was the only way to get a job and move up the economic ladder. The culture incentivized assimilation.
And for many groups, this organic melting pot worked rapidly, integrating diverse populations into a unified political climate.
But the reality is that the melting pot has never worked uniformly. As we discussed, African Americans and certain Hispanic populations remain distinct subcultures that are not fully integrated into the political and economic mainstream.
And this leads to fierce modern debates over policy. Take language, for instance.
Right, the debate over bilingual education. In places like California, there have been massive political fights over whether to teach immigrant children in their native Spanish or force them into English-only classes.
In 1998, California voters actually passed a proposition to essentially end bilingual education. The argument was that holding on to a native language traps minorities in an economic underclass. Forcing assimilation through English is the only way to guarantee they can compete.
But critics of that approach argue that language isn't just a tool for commerce. It is the soul of an identity. Stripping a child of their native language is a form of cultural erasure that breeds resentment rather than patriotism.
It is an incredibly delicate balance between forging a unified national identity and trampling on minority rights.
There are, however, moments of symbolic integration that can bridge these gaps. Sociologists note that the election of Barack Obama served as a profound psychological milestone for many African Americans, deeply validating their place within the national fabric.
Much in the same way John F. Kennedy's election finally integrated Catholics into the American mainstream in 1960.
But whether a nation chooses to aggressively assimilate its citizens like France or relies on the economic gravity of a melting pot, the actual mechanism of how a person learns to be a citizen remains the same.
And that brings us to the core of this entire discussion. How do you become you?
We are talking about the process of political socialization.
I want everyone listening to pause right now and deeply consider their own core political convictions. Your views on taxes, on the military, on social welfare. Where did those beliefs actually originate?
Did you sit in a library at age 20, read Locke and Hobbes, and rationally deduce your ideology.
Or did you simply absorb it from the air around you?
The sociological evidence overwhelmingly points to absorption. Political socialization is the lifelong process of acquiring political values, and it is executed by specific agents in our environment.
And the undisputed heavyweight champion of these agents is the family. The data is unequivocal. What you encounter earliest in life usually dictates the rest of your life.
The critical window of socialization occurs between the ages of 3 and 13. During this decade, children are sponges.
They absorb their parents' worldview completely unconsciously and without any critical filter. You learn your party affiliation, your baseline level of trust in strangers, and your deference to authority while sitting at the dinner table or listening to your parents argue in the car.
The family is such a dominant force that it can act as an impenetrable shield against the messaging of the state. We can look at authoritarian regimes to prove this.
Give us the examples from the text, because this proves how stubborn human nature is.
In communist Poland, the state controlled the entire educational apparatus. Children were sent to schools that aggressively tried to inculcate Marxist-Leninist values, teaching them to revere the state and reject religion.
But the families, who are fiercely Catholic and held deep anti-Russian sentiments, essentially counter-program their children at home.
They taught them that the state was lying, and the family won. The communist socialization completely failed to take root.
You saw the exact same dynamic in Iran under the Shah. The state media constantly blasted propaganda, demanding loyalty to the secular monarchy.
But within the home, families were listening to traditional Islamic clerics, passing down a deep hatred of the Shah to their children. The government's propaganda was utterly neutralized by the family filter.
But when the family's values align with the state's goals, they reinforce each other to build a unified culture. Which brings us to the second agent of socialization, the school.
Governments use the education system to build a collective memory we talked about at the beginning. They teach history in a way that emphasizes unity and national myth. They make children sing the national anthem and pledge allegiance to a flag.
And if you want to see the most massive, ambitious project of overt government socialization in modern history, look at China. Historically, China was incredibly fragmented by language. A person in the southern province of Guangdong speaking Cantonese could not understand a word spoken by someone in Beijing.
This linguistic fracture was a constant existential threat to national unity.
So the Chinese Communist Party enacted a monumental policy.
They mandated that Mandarin be taught in every single school across the vast country, and they mandated its exclusive use on all national television and radio.
It took decades of relentless enforcement, but today, the vast majority of educated Chinese citizens can communicate in standard Mandarin. It acts as the linguistic cement holding 1 billion disparate people together.
Furthermore, the government reinforces this unified identity through grand shared spectacles. The 2008 Beijing Olympics was a masterstroke of socialization.
The unprecedented investment, the perfectly synchronized ceremonies, the dominance in the medal count, it was all engineered to instill a fierce, shared pride in the populace, forcing them to see themselves not as local villagers, but as citizens of a resurgent global superpower.
This raises an important question, though. What happens in a society where the traditional unifying agents start to lose their grip? Let's bring this back to the modern United States.
The traditional nuclear family structure has shifted, and trust in national institutions like schools has dropped. In this vacuum, a third agent of socialization has risen to prominence: peer groups.
As humans, we have a deep psychological need to conform to the people around us. And in a highly mobile modern society, we see a phenomenon sociologists call self-sorting.
People are no longer forced to interact with diverse neighbors. They actively choose to live in zip codes surrounded by people who share their exact demographic and ideological profile.
It's the big sort. If you are a conservative, you are statistically more likely to move to a suburb or a rural town in a red state where your kids will play with the kids of other conservatives.
If you are a liberal, you move to a dense urban center, surrounding yourself with other liberals. You are literally constructing a physical echo chamber.
And then the final agent of socialization arrives to seal the doors of that chamber, the mass media.
There is a lot of debate about whether television or the internet brainwashes people. Some argue violent video games cause aggression, though the data on that is highly contested. But what the sociological data does prove is how media functions as an amplifier.
Media rarely changes a person's foundational belief system. Instead, it rigidly reinforces the ideology that your family and your zip code already gave you.
Imagine a household with conservative parents living in a highly conservative Texas suburb. The children in that home are growing up with Fox News playing in the background, validating everything their parents say.
Meanwhile, liberal parents living in Brooklyn are driving their kids to school with National Public Radio playing in the car, validating their urban worldview.
The media isn't creating the divide, it is monetizing it by ensuring you never have to hear a dissenting opinion.
And the tragic byproduct of this hyper-efficient, siloed socialization is the complete death of empathy. When you only ever interact with peers who agree with you, and you only consume media that validates your inherent righteousness, you lose the psychological capacity to understand how anyone could possibly hold a different view.
The other side ceases to be a group of fellow citizens with different ideas. They become incomprehensible enemies. This is the exact engine driving the vicious polarization we discussed earlier.
It forces us to confront how deeply programmed we all are by our environments. And if there is any lingering doubt about just how permanent these socialized cultural values are, we have to look at one final, ultimate case study. It is essentially a natural experiment in how political culture dictates the destiny of a nation.
This is the perfect culmination of everything we've talked about today. But before we get to this specific country, it's worth noting one unique, deeply socialized aspect of American culture: religion.
The U.S. is a profound statistical anomaly. Compared to its wealthy, industrialized peers like Canada, Japan, or the nations of Western Europe, the U.S. is vastly more religious.
If you look at metrics of weekly church attendance or belief in God, the U.S. aligns much more closely with poorer, developing nations. This deep-seated religious socialization heavily impacts the American political climate, injecting moral absolute terms into policy debates in a way that confounds European observers.
It is a vital component of the American climate.
Mm.
But to truly see how climate dictates reality, we have to examine the concept of the three Israels. This is a brilliant sociological framework from our text that proves you cannot just plant a democracy anywhere. Democracy is an imported culture.
Israel is the ultimate test case because its population was built by distinct waves of immigrants, each bringing their own distinct climate with them. Let's dig into the three layers.
Layer 1 was established just before and during the founding of the state in 1948. These immigrants were predominantly European Jews. When they arrived, they brought with them the political culture of early 20th century Europe.
They were deeply socialized in leftist, socialist, and democratic traditions.
Right. They were the ones who founded the kibbutz movement, the collective farms, and established the powerful labor unions and democratic socialist parties.
Because of their European socialization, they inherently understood the concepts of parliamentary debate, coalition building, and the necessary compromises required to run a democracy.
This group, and their cultural descendants, essentially ruled Israel's political establishment for its first 3 decades.
But then you get layer 2. In the years following 1948, Israel experienced a massive influx of Jewish immigrants from the Middle East and North Africa, from places like Yemen, Iraq, and Morocco.
These are the Mizrahim. And crucially, they brought a completely different political culture with them. They had not been socialized in the cafes of Europe debating socialism.
But they had lived for centuries as minorities in autocratic, Arab-dominated societies. Therefore, their political climate was fundamentally different.
They tended to prioritize security above all else. They preferred strong, unapologetically tough leaders, and they harbored a deep, historically ingrained distrust of Arab populations.
As their demographic numbers swelled, they fundamentally shifted the national political climate to the right, fueling the rise of conservative nationalist parties like Likud.
And just when that dynamic settles, Layer 3 arrives. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, the Soviet Union collapses, and roughly 1 million Soviet Jews immigrate to Israel. What kind of political climate did they import?
They brought the trauma and the rigidity of the Soviet political culture. Having been socialized in a totalitarian state, they had absolutely no experience with democratic give and take.
Sociologists note that their political attitudes tended to be rigid and highly intolerant of ambiguity. It was a black and white worldview. We are right, and anyone who opposes us is a threat.
The concepts of minority rights or loyal opposition didn't exist in the Soviet Union, so they didn't bring those concepts to Israel. This demographic eventually formed its own powerful, highly uncompromising political factions that push for a staunchly nationalist agenda. So, what does this all mean? When you look at the three Israels, the massive takeaway is that democratic values are not a software update.
Hmm.
You can't just install democracy 2.0 on a population and expect it to run perfectly.
No, democracy is hardware.
Yeah.
It is baked into the motherboard of a culture over centuries. Israel functions as a democracy primarily because its foundational layer imported democratic hardware from Europe. But as the other layers show, political culture is wildly stubborn.
And this is the exact lesson that the architects of American foreign policy failed to understand in the early 21st century. When the U.S. invaded Iraq, the assumption was that if you remove the dictator, draft a beautifully written constitution, and set up voting booths, democracy will spontaneously generate.
But as we've learned today, you can build the structures. But if the people haven't been socialized into a participant culture, if they have no history of Edmund Burke's little platoons, if they have zero underlying social trust, well, the democracy will inevitably wither and die on the vine.
It always comes back to the soil. You cannot grow a rainforest in a desert.
We really can't.
Which brings us to the end of what has been an incredibly deep, profound journey today. We've moved from the fleeting daily weather of public opinion polls to excavating the deep, centuries-old bedrock of political culture.
We've seen how Almond and Verba's active citizens and Tocqueville's little platoons create the vital glue that keeps societies from tearing each other apart.
And we've explored the terrifyingly effective machinery of socialization, how our families, our schools, our self-selected zip codes, and our media diets literally wire our brains to view the world in a specific way.
It is a massive amount of sociological reality to process. But I want to leave everyone listening with a final, slightly mind-bending thought that builds directly on everything we've just unpacked.
Oh, lay it on us.
If the sociology is accurate, if your core political values, your deepest, most visceral beliefs about authority, freedom, and justice were largely imprinted onto your subconscious by your parents between the ages of 3 and 13.
Right.
And if those inherited beliefs are now being constantly hermetically reinforced by the specific neighborhood you chose to live in, the peer group you associate with, and the highly targeted media ecosystem you consume every single day, how much free will are you actually exercising the next time you step into a voting booth? Are you truly casting a rational ballot for the future based on an objective, independent reading of the facts? Or are you, in reality, just echoing the cultural ghosts of your past?
Wow. Are you voting, or is your socialization voting for you? That is a question that will absolutely keep you up at night, but that is exactly why we do this. We want to thank you for joining us on this deep dive. Our hope is that by exposing the invisible machinery of political culture, you can start to question your own socialization, peek outside your echo chamber, and keep looking at the world with a truly critical eye. Until next time. You know, usually when we talk about a medical diagnosis, there's this expectation of, like, absolute clinical precision.
Right, it's very binary.
Exactly. It's like engineering. You break your arm, the x-ray shows that jagged white line on the bone, and the doctor just points to the screen and says, there it is. That's the problem.
And that's a very comforting binary. You know, we have this innate desire for our problems to be highly visible and easily categorized. It's either broken or not broken.
But then you step into the world of complex systems. I mean, think about neurodevelopment or chronic trauma, and suddenly that clean x-ray machine is just completely useless.
Oh, absolutely. You're looking at a diagnostic landscape that is entirely murky.
Yeah, it's full of overlapping symptoms and hidden variables.
Yeah.
And today, we are taking that exact same lens of murky diagnostics and applying it to something just as complex.
And honestly, just as difficult to get a clean x-ray of.
Right. We are looking at the health of our democracy. We're doing a deep dive into an incredibly extensive stack of research, all centered around the mechanics of political participation.
We really want to figure out how a constitutional democracy actually functions beneath the surface.
Because the political body has an extraordinary number of hidden systems operating right beneath the skin.
Exactly. I mean, we have systems designed to keep the democratic organism alive, but those exact same systems, if we aren't paying really close attention, can introduce deep systemic disease.
So our mission for this deep dive is to help you get past that standard textbook narrative we all learned in grade school.
Yeah, you know, the one that overly simplified idea that democracy just means you show up to vote every 4 years and the majority rules.
Right. It's so much messier than that. We're looking at the actual structural machinery, the massive financial architecture, and the deep psychological forces that truly drive political power.
Okay, let's unpack this. We want to understand how your voice is actually heard by this machine.
Or, more accurately, to understand the structural reasons why your voice is sometimes completely ignored.
Right. And since we're looking at the actual plumbing of democracy today, our source material relies on some highly charged, deeply personal, historical examples to illustrate these points.
Yeah, we should definitely put a disclaimer here. We're going to be looking at the political machinery surrounding things like the Iraq War, abortion policies, affirmative action, tax reform, and same-sex marriage.
And I want to be crystal clear with you up front. We are not taking a stance on any of these issues.
No, not at all. Neither of us is here to advocate for a left-wing or a right-wing perspective.
We are simply using these real-world events exactly as our sources do, just as objective historical stress tests.
Right, to see how the mechanics of public participation and political maneuvering function when the pressure is dialed exactly up to 10.
They're simply like diagnostic contrast dye for our metaphorical X-ray.
I like that. By looking at how the system processes highly volatile issues, we can trace where the power actually flows.
Yeah.
So let's start at the very beginning of the democratic process. Long before a single ballot is cast, long before a candidate even decides to, shoot a campaign ad in a diner.
Politicians are completely obsessed with one driving question.
What does the public want?
Right. We have to explore this foundational concept of public opinion.
Because the underlying assumption of our entire system is that the public actually has a cohesive opinion to begin with.
Well, the theory of representative government hinges on public opinion acting as the ultimate compass, right?
Right.
If a politician consistently swims against the tide of what their constituents want, the self-correcting mechanism of the election will theoretically remove them from office.
Theoretically.
Right, theoretically. But putting theory aside, public opinion in practice is incredibly elusive.
Yeah, it's constantly dividing, it shifts rapidly based on external stimuli, and it is just notoriously difficult to capture accurately.
And our source drops a data point here that honestly made me stop in my tracks and reread the page.
Oh, the 2008 study?
Yes. The study conducted by the Intercollegiate Studies Institute, the ISI.
Right, they set out to measure the baseline civic literacy of the American electorate.
And what they did was they took a sample of 2,500 voting-age adults and gave them a relatively basic 33-question civics test.
And the results were, not great.
Nearly half of the people who took this test flunked it outright.
Wow.
Yeah, the granular data within that ISI study paints a rather sobering picture of the electorate's baseline knowledge.
I mean, when we look at the specifics, the knowledge gaps are just structural.
For example, the researchers found that only 17% of college graduates could correctly identify the fundamental difference between free market capitalism and centralized economic planning.
Less than 1 in 5.
Exactly.
And we aren't talking about obscure macroeconomic theory here. We are talking about the foundational economic models that dictate global politics.
And those were the college graduates in the sample.
Right. But here is where the X-ray gets truly terrifying.
The researchers didn't just test everyday citizens.
No, they deliberately included a subset of active elected officials in the study.
And 43% of those elected officials could not explain the basic function of the Electoral College.
Which is literally the precise constitutional mechanism that determines the presidency.
Taking it a step further, the same study revealed that nearly half, so about 46%, of the elected officials surveyed did not know that the Constitution grants the power to declare war exclusively to Congress, not the president.
That is wild. Let me give you an analogy to visualize what this means for a democracy.
Go for it.
Imagine you have a stadium full of 80,000 people, and you ask them to collectively fly a Boeing 747.
Okay, sounds like a disaster.
Total disaster. The vast majority of the people on the stands have absolutely no idea what the control panels do. They don't understand the physics of aerodynamics, and they don't even know where the landing gear is located.
Right.
Yet every single person in that stadium has a very loud, very passionate, and very rigid opinion on exactly where the plane should fly and how fast it needs to get there.
Yeah, the ignorance of the electorate is a well-documented phenomenon in political science, and your 747 analogy captures the fundamental dilemma perfectly.
It places elected officials in an incredibly difficult philosophical bind.
Right, because if you are the pilot, the representative, do you follow the screaming demands of the passengers, knowing they don't understand the flight instruments?
Right. Or do you ignore public opinion, fly the plane using your own expertise, and hope you can adequately explain your maneuvers to the passengers after you land safely?
Public opinion is ultimately a paradox.
How so?
Well, it contains elements of collective wisdom and shared moral frameworks, but it is simultaneously heavily polluted by gut reactions, inherent prejudices, and just sweeping judgments made on incredibly scanty information.
So if public opinion is this chaotic, uninformed noise, how does the political class even begin to measure it?
Our source digs deep into the historical evolution of polling, which is essentially the political establishment trying to find a reliable way to read the tea leaves.
And they didn't start out with sophisticated algorithms, did they?
Not at all. They started with what the text calls straw polls.
Right, straw polls were the earliest, highly unscientific attempts to gauge the wind.
Yeah, in the 19th and early 20th centuries, newspapers and magazines would simply ask people on the street, or ask their own subscribers, to mail in a ballot indicating their preferred candidate.
But the fundamental flaw there, mathematically speaking, is that there is absolutely no statistical guarantee that the people who happen to read a specific newspaper or walk down a specific street on a Tuesday are an accurate reflection of the entire national population.
Exactly. And the source gives us a spectacular, catastrophic historical example of how badly this specific methodology can fail.
The 1936 Literary Digest poll.
Yes, a legendary disaster in political science.
It serves as the ultimate cautionary tale regarding sampling bias.
So the Literary Digest was a highly respected, widely read magazine of its era.
And more importantly, they had built a flawless reputation by correctly predicting the popular vote winner in the previous 3 presidential elections using their massive straw poll method.
Right, so going into the 1936 race, which pitted the incumbent Democrat Franklin D. Roosevelt against the Republican challenger Alf Landon, the magazine executives were supremely confident.
They mailed out millions of mock ballots, tabulated the massive number of returns, and confidently predicted that Alf Landon would comfortably defeat Roosevelt.
And reality delivered the exact opposite result.
Roosevelt didn't just win, he won in an absolute historic landslide.
He took 46 states. Landon only won Maine and Vermont.
FDR utterly crushed him. So you have a magazine with a supposedly flawless track record, armed with millions of data points, missing the mark by a spectacular margin. How does that happen?
Well, the failure wasn't in the math of their edition. The failure was in the fundamental architecture of their sample.
Right. To acquire the millions of names and addresses for their mock ballots, the Literary Digest relied on 2 primary databases.
Telephone directories and state automobile registration lists.
And to understand the error, we have to contextualize the year. It was 1936.
The United States was suffering through the darkest depths of the Great Depression.
Meaning the only people who could afford the luxury of a personal telephone or the incredible expense of owning and registering a private automobile were the affluent.
Exactly. And the affluent at that time were overwhelmingly leaning conservative, frustrated by the taxes and regulations of FDR's New Deal, and heavily favoring Alf Landon.
Meanwhile, the core of FDR's political base, the working class, the unemployed, and the millions of people relying heavily on New Deal relief programs.
They were completely invisible to the Literary Digest.
Right, they didn't have cars, they didn't have phones, so they never received a mock ballot.
The magazine polled a massive quantity of people, but they polled an entirely unrepresentative slice of the demographic pie.
And that catastrophic failure in methodology basically destroyed the credibility of the Literary Digest.
It effectively bankrupted the publication by 1938.
Wow.
However, out of the ashes of that failure, the modern era of scientific polling was born, pioneered by figures like George Gallup, who introduced the concept of random sampling.
This is the idea that the sheer size of the poll doesn't matter nearly as much as the demographic makeup of the poll.
You have to actively ensure that the differences in age, race, religion, geographic location, and income within your sample group mathematically mirror the actual demographics of the real world.
Right.
Statisticians eventually proved that you do not need millions of respondents to get an accurate picture.
A true random sample of roughly 1,500 respondents is basically the statistical sweet spot for accurately gauging the opinion of a population of hundreds of millions.
Usually with a margin of error of only plus or minus 3 percentage points.
But conducting a purely random sample across a continental nation is logistically and financially daunting.
So modern pollsters rely heavily on stratified sampling.
They divide the population into demographic subgroups, or strata, and then randomly sample within those specific groups to ensure the final composite perfectly mirrors the national census data.
And this is the exact mathematical engine that powers exit polling on election night.
Okay, so The methodology has evolved significantly since the 1930s. The math is tighter.
It is.
But here is where the diagnostic X-ray reveals something far more manipulative.
What's fascinating here is how polls are no longer just passive thermometers taking the temperature of the public.
Right, they have evolved into
They
thermostats.
don't merely measure the ambient temperature of public opinion, they are actively designed to change the temperature.
And the text highlights this as a critical evolution in modern political strategy.
The specific phrasing, the precise syntax of a poll question, exerts an enormous psychological influence on the respondent.
Especially when the issue is complex and the voter hasn't formed a rigid ideological stance.
Our source provides a highly illustrative example regarding abortion.
Right, if a pollster asks a respondent, "Do you generally support the right to life?" the affirmative response rate will be exceptionally high because the phrasing triggers a universal, positive moral framework.
However, if the exact same group of people is asked, do you support the right to terminate a pregnancy in the first trimester? The affirmative response rate drops significantly.
Even though the underlying policy implication is deeply intertwined.
Exactly. The wording acts as a psychological trigger. You aren't just asking for their opinion, you are framing the reality they're reacting to.
And our source points out another fascinating example regarding public health policy and smoking.
If a survey frames a proposed smoking ban around the concept of the freedom to exercise a personal choice, voters tend to reject the ban, protecting the abstract concept of freedom.
But if the pollster flips the framing and asks about the exact same ban, using the phrase protecting the public from the health risks of secondhand smoke, approval for the ban skyrockets.
Candidates, massive corporate lobbying firms, and special interest groups weaponize this psychological quirk constantly.
They carefully stack the linguistic deck of their polls to guarantee a specific outcome.
And then they blast those results out to the media to create an artificial bandwagon effect.
And it's wild. The polling industry has basically shifted from observation to active strategic warfare.
The text details the modern campaign's reliance on tracking polls.
Instead of taking a single snapshot of the electorate, a campaign will poll the exact same sample of voters continuously, day after day.
This allows political strategists to see exactly how a newly launched attack ad or a candidate's slight gaffe on the evening news shifts the mood of that specific demographic in near real time.
And it gets even more granular than that. They combine those tracking polls with focus groups and dial groups.
A dial group is wild.
Yeah, you put 50 undecided voters in a room, you give them a little handheld device with a dial on it, and you make them watch a live debate or a stump speech.
As the candidate speaks, the participants continuously turn the dial to the right when they hear something they agree with, and to the left when they feel alienated or bored.
And a computer instantly aggregates those 50 dials into a single-line graph superimposed over the video of the candidate.
It's treating political discourse exactly like product testing a new flavor of potato chips.
You can see the graph spike the second the candidate mentions tax cuts, and you can watch the graph plummet the second they use the word regulation.
The 2008 Obama campaign is cited extensively in the text as mastering this exact intersection of data and messaging.
They did not merely use polling to discover which broad issues the electorate cared about.
No, they used sophisticated dial groups and micropolling to determine the precise syntax required to sell their platform.
The iconic slogans of that campaign, "Yes, we can," and "Change you can believe in," those were not simply the product of a creative speechwriter in a vacuum.
They were the highly refined, mathematically tested outputs of this strategic polling machinery.
So we arrive at a serious structural problem.
Which is?
If public opinion is inherently chaotic, and the tools we use to measure it, the polls, are this easily manipulated by syntax and strategic framing? How does a democracy actually function?
Right.
Because the whole system relies on capturing and executing the public will.
And if the polls are distorted mirrors, the ultimate definitive poll has to be the election itself.
In theory, the election is the only poll where the sample size is the entire voting-eligible public.
It is the final binding measurement.
However, as the source painstakingly details, the mechanical rules governing how that election is conducted entirely dictate whose voices are actually represented in the halls of power.
Which brings us to the actual electoral machinery.
If you are voting in the United States, you are operating within a highly specific mathematical framework known as the winner-takes-all system, which political scientists also refer to as a first-past-the-post system.
The mechanics of the system are straightforward on paper.
Members of Congress and most state legislatures are elected by a plurality vote within single-member districts.
This means the geographic area is represented by only one single seat, and whoever captures the largest individual block of votes, the plurality, wins that singular seat.
It sounds incredibly logical, almost intuitive. The person with the most votes wins.
But when you look at the underlying math, it contains a massive structural flaw when it comes to accurately reflecting the will of the people.
Our source provides a statistical table to demonstrate this, but let's translate it into something more visceral.
Let's use an analogy.
Imagine a local district is throwing a massive pizza party for 100 people.
Okay, I'm with you.
They are voting on what kind of pizza to order, and they have three options. When the votes are tallied, 43 people vote for pepperoni, 41 people vote for mushroom, and 16 people vote for plain cheese.
Under the rigid rules of the winner-takes-all system, pepperoni is declared the absolute winner.
Because 43 is the plurality. It is the largest single voting block in the district.
But look at the devastation that math just caused.
Right. Every single person at that party is now forced to eat pepperoni.
The 41 people who passionately campaigned for mushroom get absolutely nothing.
The 16 people who wanted cheese get nothing.
When you add it up, a clear, definitive majority of the people at the party, 57%, specifically did not want pepperoni.
Yet they are completely unrepresented by the final outcome.
That analogy perfectly illustrates the mathematical distortion inherent in the first-past-the-post system.
It is designed to produce a clear, decisive victor, but it achieves that decisiveness by completely disenfranchising the minority blocks.
The text notes the macroeconomic equivalent. In this system, a major political party can capture merely 40 to 45% of the national popular vote, yet because of how those pluralities fall within individual districts, they can win a comfortable, absolute majority of the seats in the legislature.
This structural reality effectively strangles third parties and independent splinter groups in their cribs.
It mathematically enforces a two-party system.
Because the voters aren't stupid.
Yeah.
If you are one of those 16 cheese voters, you realize very quickly that your vote is mathematically wasted.
You're never going to hit a plurality.
So by the next election, you hold your nose, abandon the cheese party, and vote defensively for mushroom, purely as a tactical maneuver to stop the pepperoni faction from taking power again.
The system forces you to vote against what you hate, rather than for what you actually want.
The political science term for that is Duverger's law, which states that single-ballot plurality rule elections naturally structure themselves into a two-party system.
Now, the global countermodel to this, which is utilized heavily in European democracies like Germany and Ireland, as well as in Israel, is called proportional representation, or PR.
Let's break down the mechanics of PR. How does it fix the pizza party?
The foundational philosophy of a PR system is that the legislature should act as a mathematically accurate mirror of the electorate's actual voting preferences.
To achieve this, they abolish the single-member district.
Instead, they use multi-member districts, or even treat the entire nation as one giant district.
Returning to the pizza analogy, if the party was allowed to elect a committee of 3 representatives to plan the menu, and the vote split exactly the same way, 43 pepperoni, 41 mushroom, 16 cheese.
The PR system ensures that the 43% gets 1 pepperoni representative, the 41% gets 1 mushroom representative, and those remaining 16% of votes are aggregated with similar voters in neighboring areas until they cross the threshold to get their 1 cheese representative.
So the concept of a wasted vote is virtually eliminated.
Exactly.
The text specifically details a few different mechanisms for how PR is actually executed on the ballot.
There's the list system, where you don't even vote for a specific person, you just vote for the political party.
The party publishes a ranked list of their candidates before the election.
If the party wins 20% of the total national vote, they simply take the top 20% of the names on their list and send them to the parliament.
And then there's the Hare Plan, which is a bit more complex, using a single transferable vote.
The Hare Plan, or STV, allows voters to rank individual candidates in order of preference.
If your first choice candidate receives so few votes that they are eliminated, your ballot isn't thrown in the trash.
Your vote automatically transfers to your second choice.
This continues until candidates hit a specific mathematical quota required to win a seat.
The broader implication of any proportional representation system is that it guarantees deep ideological diversity.
It creates vibrant, multi-party parliaments where minority voices, single-issue parties, and regional factions have a literal voting seat at the table of power.
But our source is very careful to point out that PR is not some flawless democratic utopia.
Right, it trades one massive problem for another.
The trade-off is stability.
While the winner-takes-all system brutally suppresses minority voices, its supreme advantage is that it forces massive coalition building before the election even takes place.
To capture that necessary plurality, a candidate must build a massive moderate tent that appeals to a wide swath of demographics.
This dynamic creates two massive, generally stable political parties that tend to hug the ideological center of the country.
In contrast, PR systems, because they reward even tiny fractions of the vote with parliamentary seats, often lead to a massive proliferation of small, highly ideological, and deeply uncompromising parties.
Because no single party ever wins an outright 51% majority, they are forced to form complex coalition governments after the election.
And these coalitions are notoriously fragile.
If one minor party gets angry over a single policy dispute, they can pull their support, the coalition collapses, and the entire government falls, triggering snap elections.
Okay, so whether you use winner-takes-all or proportional representation, both of these systems still rely on the fundamental concept of a representative.
You are delegating your sovereign power to an individual who will go to the Capitol and make the laws on your behalf.
But the text asks a provocative question. What if we just cut out the middleman entirely?
What if we fire the representative?
This takes us into the mechanics of direct democracy.
Direct democracy is the system where the voters act as the legislators themselves, bypassing the elected officials to create or destroy law through plebiscites.
The text highlights three primary tools used in American direct democracy, mostly at the state and local levels.
The referendum, the initiative, and the recall.
Let's clearly separate those tools. A referendum is essentially the state legislature admitting a choice is too controversial for them to make alone.
They draft a piece of legislation, but before it becomes law, they kick it down to the ballot and ask the voters to give the final yes or no approval.
An initiative is far more aggressive.
That is when the voters completely bypass the legislature, draft a proposed law themselves, gather enough signatures to prove it has public backing, and force it onto the ballot for a statewide vote.
And a recall is the ultimate override switch. Voters gather signatures to literally fire an elected official and remove them from office before their legal term has expired.
When tracing the historical impact of the initiative process in the United States, the text zeroes in on California, specifically the seismic shockwave of Proposition 13 in 1978.
Prop 13 was an absolute earthquake in state politics.
It was a citizen-led initiative that fundamentally revolutionized the way property taxes were calculated and collected in California.
The voters, frustrated by skyrocketing tax bills and feeling ignored by Sacramento, drafted an initiative that severely slashed property taxes and capped how much they could grow in the future.
And it passed overwhelmingly.
It proved that average citizens could take an incredibly complex, highly technical economic issue, bypass the entire apparatus of government, and write the law themselves.
It sparked a massive wave of anti-tax ballot initiatives across the entire country.
However, the text points out that this power of direct democracy is deeply controversial within political science circles.
The friction occurs because the initiative process places incredibly complex, nuanced, and emotionally volatile issues directly to a simple binary majority vote.
The source uses two other California initiatives as prime examples of this tension.
In 1996, California voters passed Proposition 209, an initiative that amended the state constitution to strictly prohibit state governmental institutions from considering race, sex, or ethnicity, effectively banning affirmative action programs in public employment, contracting, and education.
And a little over a decade later, in 2008, California voters passed Proposition 8.
Right, an initiative that amended the state constitution to restrict the legal definition of marriage strictly to opposite-sex couples, directly overriding a previous ruling by the California Supreme Court that had legalized same-sex marriage.
Now, keeping to our boundary, we are not debating the societal merits of affirmative action or the moral arguments surrounding same-sex marriage.
We are examining the structural mechanism.
And the mechanism here is profoundly powerful. A temporary majority of voters mobilized to bypass the state legislature, bypass the governor, and bypass the judicial branch to directly and permanently alter the foundational constitution of a massive state.
Which forces political scientists to ask a very uncomfortable question. Is direct democracy too much of a good thing?
The primary argument against the initiative process is that the average citizen simply does not possess the time, the legal expertise, or the inclination to read a 50-page, densely written piece of proposed legislation and fully grasp its unintended legal or economic consequences.
Furthermore, when the issues are highly emotional, the political environment becomes incredibly susceptible to demagoguery.
The text notes that the initiative process, originally designed to empower the grassroots, has largely been co-opted by massive, wealthy interest groups.
If a corporation or a special interest group has deep enough pockets, they can hire professional signature gatherers to force an issue onto the ballot.
And then blanket the airwaves with millions of dollars in manipulative, emotionally charged advertising to engineer the outcome they want.
It brings us right back to the 747 analogy.
We are handing the yoke of the airplane directly to the passengers in the stadium, but they are being heavily influenced by people holding up giant misleading signs in the bleachers.
The source ultimately concludes that while direct democracy is frequently championed as a pure populist method to circumvent corrupt or unresponsive politicians, it is structurally impossible to scale.
If every single state budget, every infrastructure bill, and every foreign policy decision were put to a direct national vote, the government would instantly grind to a halt.
The system cannot respond to crises with the necessary speed.
Therefore, the text argues that direct democracy can only ever function as an occasional supplement to, and never a wholesale substitute for, a representative republic.
So if we take a step back and look at the X-ray so far, we have built this massive, incredibly complex, incredibly expensive machinery designed to capture and execute the public will.
We have the science of random sampling polls, we have the strategic math of winner-takes-all districts, we have the immense power of the ballot initiative.
And yet, this brings us to the great, baffling American paradox. We have constructed this massive engine of participation, and millions of Americans simply refuse to turn the key.
Why is our voter turnout so abysmal?
The statistical data regarding American voter turnout is undeniably dismal, especially when placed in a global context.
The text highlights that in midterm elections, the years when the presidency is not on the ballot, but the entire House of Representatives and a third of the Senate are, voter turnout frequently hovers in the pathetic 30% range.
Looking at the 2006 midterms specifically, turnout was a mere 37% of the voting age population.
That number should terrify anyone who cares about a functioning republic.
37%. That means that 63% of the eligible citizens in the country, the overwhelming majority, woke up on election day, looked at the balance of power in Congress, and simply decided to stay home.
And even in presidential election years, with billions of dollars spent on advertising and nonstop media coverage, turnout historically struggles to break the 60% threshold.
To put that apathy into perspective, the text contrasts the American system with European democracies.
In France's 2007 elections, for example, voter turnout reached an astonishing 85%.
It's an embarrassment. And what makes this systemic apathy so completely baffling is that over the last half-century, the United States has actively and aggressively dismantled the massive institutional barriers that used to prevent voting.
We passed the Voting Rights Act.
We legally abolished the poll taxes and the literacy tests that were explicitly designed as weapons to disenfranchise minority voters.
We passed the 26th Amendment to lower the voting age to 18.
We implemented the 1993 voter law, meaning you are practically begged to register to vote every time you interact with the DMV.
The physical and legal access to the ballot box is easier now than at almost any point in American history, yet the participation rate remains stubbornly incredibly low.
There are, of course, historical exceptions to this trend.
The text analyzes the 2008 presidential election as a significant outlier.
That cycle saw a massive, unexpected spike in Democratic participation, driven almost entirely by minority demographics and younger voters who had previously been disengaged.
African-American voter turnout rose by 21% compared to the 2004 election.
Most notably, Black women achieved a 68.8% turnout rate, which was a historic high watermark.
The youth vote, categorized as voters aged 18 to 29, surged to the polls and became the primary demographic engine behind Barack Obama's victory.
But while 2008 proves that the electorate can be mobilized by a highly charismatic candidate and a message of generational change, the broader historical trend remains unchanged.
Apathy is the default operating state of the American voter.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Why? Why are we so structurally apathetic?
Our source digs past the mechanical excuses and pulls out a brilliant observation from the 1830s.
They point to Alexis de Tocqueville, the famous French aristocrat and writer who traveled extensively across the young United States to study its culture.
Tocqueville observed a unique psychological phenomenon taking root in the American character, a phenomenon he coined individualism.
He warned that democratic capitalism, while lifting people out of poverty, was simultaneously encouraging citizens to sever themselves from the mass of their fellow citizens.
He wrote that the American tends to draw apart with his family and his friends, creating a little circle of his own, and then willingly leaves society at large to look after itself.
He essentially argued that we possess a prevailing, all-consuming passion for acquiring the good things of this world.
We are a nation fundamentally obsessed with our own material wealth, with upward mobility, with keeping up with the Joneses.
And because we are so hyper-focused on securing the prosperity of our own little circle, we completely withdraw from the concept of the common good.
We simply do not care about the collective machinery of the Republic, as long as our own private driveway is paved and our own lawn is manicured.
And that 19th century observation of individualism was powerfully updated and quantified in the late 1990s by the political scientist Robert Putnam in his highly influential bowling alone theory.
Putnam tracked decades of sociological data and found a stark decay in American civil society.
His defining metaphor was the sport of bowling.
He found that while the total absolute number of people bowling in America had actually increased, participation in organized bowling leagues had plummeted by 40%.
People are still bowling, but they are renting a lane by themselves or just going with their immediate family.
They aren't joining the Thursday night league.
And it isn't just bowling. Putnam documented the collapse of participation in the PTA, in the Shriners, in the Elks Lodge, in labor unions, in neighborhood watch groups.
We have systematically dismantled the interpersonal fabric of civil society.
And the decay of that social fabric leads directly to political apathy.
If you do not interact with your neighbors in a bowling league, you are far less likely to organize with them to demand changes at City Hall.
But the text makes a deeply profound and somewhat cynical observation about this specific brand of American apathy.
It is fundamentally a luxury of the affluent.
I want to dig into that. How is apathy a luxury?
When macroeconomic conditions are strong, when unemployment is low, and when people feel reasonably secure within their little circle, they actively choose to ignore the political system.
Politics feels abstract, noisy, and completely irrelevant to the daily friction of their lives.
It is a luxury to be able to ignore the government.
But the moment their personal, material security is threatened, that apathy evaporates instantaneously.
The text points to the massive global financial crisis of 2008.
Suddenly, millions of Americans who had happily ignored the mechanics of Wall Street regulation woke up to find the mutual funds collapsing, their retirement accounts evaporating, and their home equity wiped out.
And just like that, voter turnout and political rage surged.
The American voter is deeply complacent right up until the exact moment they feel personally threatened.
So, if apathy is our default setting, and we only engage when the house is literally on fire, how do we fix the system?
How do we build a baseline of participation?
The text brings up a highly debated proposal put forward by a political scholar named Norm Ornstein.
He suggests that the United States should seriously consider adopting the Australian solution.
The Australian model is entirely built around the concept of mandatory voting.
If you are an eligible citizen in Australia and you fail to cast a ballot on election day, you are issued a civil penalty.
It is not a massive sum. It equates to roughly $15 for the first offense, but it acts as a highly effective psychological stick.
And mechanically, it is incredibly effective. Australia consistently butts a voter turnout rate of over 95%.
Ornstein argues that implementing a small fine in the U.S. would fundamentally shift the cultural mindset, instilling the idea that voting is an absolute civic duty, much like paying your taxes or serving on a jury, rather than just an optional weekend activity.
Furthermore, he theorizes it would completely change how campaigns operate.
Right now, political consultants spend millions of dollars trying to terrify their most extreme base into just showing up to the polls.
If 95% of the country is legally forced to show up, campaigns would have to abandon that extreme rhetoric and focus entirely on persuading the vast, moderate middle of the country.
I have to push back on Ornstein's theory, though.
Why?
It sounds brilliantly elegant on paper, but when you connect it back to the data we looked at earlier, it feels incredibly dangerous.
Think back to that ISI civics test. We established that nearly half the country cannot differentiate between a free market in a command economy.
If we threaten those structurally uninformed voters with a $15 fine if they don't vote, are we actually elevating the intellectual quality of our political dialogue?
Or are we just legally forcing millions of disengaged, apathetic people to march into a voting booth and blindly press buttons like they're guessing their way through a high school multiple choice test?
The text wrestles deeply with that exact counter-argument. High turnout, purely for the sake of high turnout, is not inherently a democratic good.
As the text notes, an artificially aroused but entirely ignorant majority might actually be far more destructive to the republic than a small, apathetic one.
The philosophical goal of a democracy shouldn't merely be 100% participation.
The goal is an educated, rationally engaged turnout driven by a genuine, internalized sense of civic duty, not the external threat of a municipal parking ticket.
Which perfectly sets up the darkest, most compelling dynamic of our deep dive. Insiders versus outsiders.
Who is actually pulling the strings of this machine?
Because if the vast majority of the masses are checked out, if they're happily bowling alone, or if they're only voting to avoid a $15 fine, nature abhors a vacuum.
Someone else is taking the wheel and driving the policy car.
And to understand exactly who is driving that car, we first have to understand the mechanics of how the ignorant voter actually makes decisions when they are forced to choose.
Political scientists have developed a theoretical framework for this called low information rationality.
Right, this is the concept that voters aren't completely stupid, they are just aggressively efficient with their cognitive load.
Even if a voter cannot explain the intricate 1,000-page details of a proposed tax reform bill, they aren't just walking into the booth and flipping a coin.
They rely on mental shortcuts or heuristics.
Exactly. The low-information voter utilizes a complex web of proxies.
They rely heavily on broad party identification.
They look for endorsements from trusted intermediary institutions, like their labor union, their church leadership, or a favored advocacy group.
They might even base their decision entirely on the candidate's physical demeanor or perceived trustworthiness during a televised debate.
The underlying assumption of low information rationality is that picking a political candidate is fundamentally similar to buying a new car.
You do not need to understand the thermodynamics of the internal combustion engine to know if the car accelerates smoothly and handles well on the highway.
You trust the brand, you trust the aesthetic, and you make a choice.
But the text makes a crucial distinction here. Buying a car is fundamentally different from electing a United States senator.
When you buy a car, you eventually get to drive it and immediately feel if it is broken.
The voter has vastly less feedback, and the mechanics, the politicians and their strategists, have a massive vested financial interest in hiding the flaws of the engine.
So how does this reliance on cognitive shortcuts dictate the actual outcome of elections?
It culminates in what political scientists call rational actor theory, which beautifully explains one of the most glaring contradictions in American politics.
Survey after survey shows that the American public holds Congress, as an institution, in absolute contempt.
Approval ratings for Congress frequently dip into the low teens.
Yet, despite this overwhelming national disgust, incumbent politicians, the people currently holding the seats, are reelected at staggering, nearly unbelievable rates, often well over 90% in the House of Representatives.
It is the ultimate manifestation of vote for the devil you know.
Precisely. If you operate as a low-information voter, your most rational, short-term calculation is to vote for the incumbent.
The incumbent possesses seniority in the legislature, which means they are in a prime position to bring pork, massive amounts of federal funding and local projects back to your specific district.
You might absolutely despise the institution of Congress, and you might acknowledge that the system is broken, but you highly approve of the new, federally funded highway interchange your local representative just secured for your morning commute.
The text points out the tragic irony of this behavior. While voting for the incumbent is entirely rational on a hyper-local level, when 435 districts all make that same selfish, rational choice, it creates an environment of profound systemic dysfunction and gridlock on the national level.
So the voters are locked in this rational, highly dysfunctional cycle.
Which brings us to the absolute core theoretical debate presented in our text: elitist theory versus Madisonian pluralism.
This is the battle over who actually wields power. Let's start by looking at elitism, because while it sounds incredibly cynical, almost like a conspiracy theory, when you look at the empirical data, it is incredibly difficult to dismiss.
Elitist theory posits that the entire concept of representative democracy is merely a comforting facade.
It argues that ordinary citizens, despite their voting rights, possess almost zero genuine influence over the actual levers of government policy.
Instead, the true power is concentrated within a very small, highly insulated clique, a power elite who control the system from the top down.
This theory was forcefully articulated and popularized in the 1950s by the sociologist C. Wright Mills.
Mills argued that there is a seamless, highly lucrative revolving door constantly spinning between the highest echelons of corporate industry, the top ranks in the military, and the commanding heights of the federal government.
And the source material provides a very potent, highly controversial modern example of this elitist revolving door by looking at the Bush administration and the mechanics of the Iraq War.
The text points out that Vice President Dick Cheney, prior to taking office, served as the CEO of Halliburton, a massive multinational defense and energy corporation.
Following the invasion of Iraq, Halliburton and its subsidiaries were awarded billions of dollars in highly lucrative, completely no-bid government contracts to provide logistical support for the military operation.
When an adherent to elitist theory looks at that sequence of events, they don't see a conspiracy. They see the system functioning exactly as designed.
They say, look at the mechanics. The voters are irrelevant. The elites in the corporate boardroom and the elites in the West Wing are simply the exact same people, passing trillions of dollars and absolute geopolitical power back and forth across a table.
And the structural inevitability of this elitist control was cemented by another foundational sociologist, Robert Michaels, who formulated a concept known as the iron law of oligarchy.
The iron law of oligarchy. I have to admit, I love that term. It sounds like the title of a dystopian sci-fi novel. What is the actual mechanism behind this law?
Michaels conducted an exhaustive study of large, complex organizations, focusing specifically on the German Social Democratic Party in the era prior to World War I.
This was crucial because this specific political party was theoretically and philosophically dedicated to radical, absolute grassroots equality.
Yet Michaels discovered a fatal structural flaw. He found that as any organization grows in size and complexity, it inevitably and unstoppably becomes centralized.
It bureaucratizes. The daily operations become too complex for the average member to understand.
Therefore, his iron law states that every single large organization, regardless of how aggressively democratic its founding ideals might be, will eventually, inevitably be ruled by a tiny group of elites at the very top.
Because the rank and file members, the people who are busy raising their kids, working their jobs, or just bowling alone, simply do not have the time, the energy, or the technical expertise to manage the incredibly complex daily operations of a massive political party or a federal agency.
So out of sheer necessity, they hand the keys over to a small group of professional bureaucrats.
But the trap is, once the bureaucrats have the keys, they control the flow of information, they control the communication channels, and they never, ever give the keys back.
The iron law dictates that the technical specialization required to run a modern state creates massive information asymmetry.
The leaders know everything, the members know nothing.
Under Misel's framework, participatory democracy is nothing more than a carefully maintained illusion, a theatrical performance designed to keep the masses docile and compliant, while the corporate, military, and bureaucratic elites quietly run the machinery of the world.
Okay, that is a deeply, profoundly depressing X-ray of our system.
But our source does not leave us completely in the dark.
It offers a robust counter-argument to this cynicism, the pluralist view.
The Madisonian pluralists look at Mills and Michaels and say, hold on a second. Yes, powerful elites absolutely exist, but they do not possess a monopoly on control.
Pluralism is rooted in the constitutional design of James Madison.
Pluralists argue that the American political ecosystem is vastly too large, deeply decentralized, highly fragmented, and structurally chaotic for any single elite clique to maintain total hegemonic control over all public policy.
Power in the United States is deliberately diffused across local municipalities, state legislatures, and the federal government.
It is fractured across the executive, legislative, and judicial branches.
And it is constantly, violently contested by thousands of competing, well-funded interest groups.
The text actually quotes a prominent pluralist scholar who points out a brilliant paradox. The biggest structural obstacle to achieving massive social change in America is not the concentration of power in the hands of a few. It is the absolute diffusion of power across the many.
The power is so scattered, so heavily guarded by checks and balances, that if a grassroots movement actually wants to change the system, they don't even know whose door to knock on first.
There is no single central wizard pulling the levers behind the curtain. There are 10,000 wizards fighting over a million different levers.
And pluralists point to massive, undeniable historical evidence that the public will, when sufficiently agitated, can and does shatter elite consensus.
They point to the Vietnam War. The foreign policy elites and the military-industrial complex were deeply committed to the conflict, but massive, sustained, furious public backlash eventually forced the government to completely withdraw.
Similarly, they point to the 2006 midterm elections, where overwhelming public frustration with the management of the Iraq War completely flipped control of the House and Senate from the Republicans to the Democrats.
If a tiny clique of elites had total, unyielding control over the machinery, those massive popular uprisings would never have been able to successfully alter the trajectory of national policy.
So, if the pluralist theory is correct and power is actually scattered and fractured among thousands of different competing factions and demographics, how do those fragmented groups actually organize themselves to fight for their specific piece of the pie?
This brings us to the final major structural analysis of our deep dive, the vehicles of influence.
If you want to wield power in a Madisonian system, you need a vehicle to aggregate your voice.
And in the American system, those vehicles are political parties, massive interest groups, and staggering, almost incomprehensible amounts of money.
We must begin with political parties, as they are the primary engines of the system.
The core function of a political party in a representative democracy is a process political scientists call interest aggregation.
They exist to take the chaotic, completely contradictory demands of millions of individual citizens and brutally compress them into a somewhat coherent binary platform that can actually win an election.
But the deep irony of the American system is that the founding fathers, the men who built the constitutional machinery, absolutely despise the concept of political parties.
The text points out that George Washington desperately tried to prevent them from forming, deliberately constructing a team of rivals cabinet by forcing bitter ideological opponents like Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson to work together.
And Jefferson himself famously wrote that aligning one's identity with a political party was the last degradation of a free and moral agent.
He viewed them as nothing more than corrupt vehicles for organized selfishness and factional warfare.
Yet, despite that soaring philosophical rhetoric, Jefferson himself eventually yielded to the structural mathematical reality of the system.
He formed the Democratic-Republican Party explicitly to organize opposition to Hamilton's Federalist policies.
They all quickly realized that without the rigid structure of a party, you simply cannot aggregate enough varied interests to achieve the pluralities necessary to win power.
However, because of our deeply decentralized Federalist constitutional structure, the American party system is incredibly bizarre.
We constantly refer to the United States as having a strict two-party system, but the text points out that we actually possess 50 distinct state Democratic parties and 50 distinct state Republican parties.
Right. A conservative Democrat running for office in the rural districts of Mississippi might have absolutely nothing in common ideologically with a progressive Democrat running in the urban center of Massachusetts.
They disagree on taxes, they disagree on guns, they disagree on the environment.
They are simply flying the same national flag of convenience because they both recognize that the brand name is mathematically required to win their local elections.
But while the parties are the official vehicles, their grip on actual policy is slipping.
The real, raw power in modern politics seems to have migrated entirely to the special interests and the professional lobbying industry.
The explosion in the size and influence of interest groups over the last 50 years is staggering.
Unlike a political party, an interest group does not care about running candidates or winning a majority.
They only care about exerting maximum pressure on the people who do get elected.
The text broadly categorizes them into two camps. First, there are public interest groups, such as the Sierra Club, which advocates for broad environmental protections like clean air and water, policies that theoretically benefit the entire population regardless of whether they pay dues to the club.
The second and far more powerful category are the narrow special interest groups.
And when we look at special interest groups, the ultimate undisputed heavyweight champion of the world is the AARP, the American Association of Retired Persons.
The statistical footprint of the AARP detailed in our source material is just awe-inspiring.
They are the ultimate case study in how to manufacture and wield absolute political leverage.
The AARP boasts a membership of approximately 36 million people.
To put that in perspective, that single organization represents roughly 20% of all active voters in the United States.
In terms of sheer size, they are the second largest nonprofit organization in America, trailing only the Catholic Church.
They operate with an annual budget of nearly $600 million.
They employ a massive infrastructure of 1,800 full-time staff members and maintain a phalanx of 18 highly paid, fully registered lobbyists in Washington whose sole, unwavering objective is to protect and constantly expand federal entitlements for senior citizens, primarily Social Security and Medicare.
If you are a sitting politician, regardless of your party affiliation, you do not cross the AARP.
If you suggest cutting their benefits, they will activate a massive, highly motivated, single-issue voting bloc that will end your political career overnight.
And they are simply the largest apex predator in a very crowded jungle.
The test also highlights the immense localized power of groups like AIPAC, which lobbies aggressively to shape American foreign policy regarding Israel.
The National Right to Life Committee, which organizes massive single-issue voting blocs against abortion access.
And the NRA, which utilizes highly mobilized grassroots networks to defeat gun control legislation.
These groups derive significant power from their sheer membership numbers. But increasingly, over the last few decades, they derive their true, terrifying power from the deployment of money.
Which brings us to the money machine. This is where the diagnostic X-ray of our democracy gets very, very dark.
The exponential growth of the professional lobbying industry in Washington, D.C. is difficult to comprehend.
The text notes that in 1956, there were roughly 5,000 registered lobbyists operating in the Capitol.
By the year 2005, that number had exploded to nearly 35,000.
Lobbying has metastasized into the third largest industry in Washington, D.C., trailing only the federal government itself and the tourism sector.
And the primary vehicle that facilitates this massive transfer of financial influence is the PA, the Political Action Committee.
The history of the PA is a masterclass in exploiting legal loopholes.
In 1971, Congress passed sweeping campaign finance laws designed to clean up the system by strictly banning corporations and massive labor unions from giving money directly out of their treasuries to political campaigns.
But, as is the iron law of campaign finance, whenever reformers build a wall, the lawyers simply build a ladder.
They created parries to serve as indirect financial funnels.
The corporation itself can't write a check, but the corporation can set up a PAC, solicit voluntary donations from its thousands of executives and shareholders, and then bundle that money to rain down on the candidates who support their industry.
And the floodgates absolutely opened. The text notes that in the 2005 to 2006 election cycle alone, industry group PACers spent an astonishing $311 million.
And the sheer cost of actually winning an election has skyrocketed in perfect lockstep with this influx of cash.
In 1976, winning a seat in the United States Senate cost a candidate roughly $595,000.
By 2004, the average cost to secure that exact same Senate seat had mutated to over $7 million.
Which creates an environment that heavily, almost insurmountably, favors the incumbent politicians we discussed earlier.
If you already hold the levers of power, the corporate peaky money flows to you by default because you are the one writing the regulations.
The data from the text illustrates this disparity brutally. In the 2006 Senate races, the incumbent candidates raised an average of $11.3 million.
Their challengers, attempting to break into the system, managed to raise an average of only $1.8 million.
It is a financial wall that prevents new voices from entering the arena.
It is systemic, legalized corruption. The text dives into the mechanics of soft money loopholes, where millions of unregulated dollars are poured into issue advocacy ads that legally aren't allowed to say vote for this guy, but do exactly that.
And we return to the revolving door concept that C. Wright Mills warned us about.
The text specifically highlights former Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle, whose incredibly lucrative ties to the lobbying industry completely derailed his cabinet nomination under the Obama administration.
And it details the spectacular fall of super lobbyist Jack Abramoff, who went to federal prison in a massive corruption scandal involving the bribery of public officials.
But perhaps the single most cynical, revealing detail buried in the text regarding the reality of the lobbying industry is how these massive firms mathematically hedge their bets.
They do not operate on ideology, they operate on access.
They don't just back their favorite conservative or liberal candidate.
In the 2004 presidential election, the text notes a staggering statistic. 21 different, highly connected lobbyists gave the maximum legal donation to both George W. Bush and John Kerry.
They literally do not care who wins the election. They are simply buying a highly priced ticket for access to whoever ends up sitting in the chair.
It completely validates Robert Michael's iron law of oligarchy.
The elites are just passing money back and forth to maintain their grip on the bureaucracy, completely insulated from the actual outcome of the democratic process.
Which brings us to a rather critical existential juncture in our analysis.
With Senate elections costing $7 million, with 35,000 professional lobbyists writing the actual text of the laws, and with the iron law of oligarchy seemingly welding the doors to the corridors of power shut, is essentially game over for the average middle-class voter.
Is the entire concept of public participation just a comforting illusion?
That is the ultimate question, and it leads us directly into our final thought for the day.
Our source ends this massive, somewhat bleak diagnosis by looking at the one structural force that might, and I stress might, possess the power to actually disrupt this entrenched system of money, incumbency, and elite control.
Technology.
Specifically, the maturation of information technology and the decentralized power of the internet.
The text examines the 2008 Obama campaign not merely as a political victory, but as a fundamental watershed moment in the mechanics of political organizing.
They utilized Web 2.0 tools in a manner no previous national campaign had ever attempted.
It allowed them to completely bypass the traditional wealthy gatekeepers.
Before 2008, if you wanted to run for president, you had to grovel before a tiny room of billionaires and massive corporate PACs to get the seed money.
The Obama campaign used the internet to organize a tsunami of microdonations, $5 here, $10 there, from millions of regular people online.
They built a massive financial war chest without relying exclusively on the elite class.
And they completely bypassed the traditional media gatekeepers.
The text points out that the campaign's independent videos were watched on YouTube for a combined total of 145 million hours.
If they had been forced to purchase that exact same amount of exposure on traditional broadcast television networks, it would have cost the campaign $47 million.
They utilized technology to establish direct lines of communication.
They created open-source platforms like change.gov during the presidential transition to solicit direct policy feedback from the public, completely bypassing the filters of the K Street lobbying firms.
Most importantly, the technology allowed for decentralized, autonomous organizing.
Local citizens could form their own neighborhood groups, print their own literature, and organize their own rallies using social media without needing top-down permission or funding from the National Party headquarters.
It feels like a sudden, violent return to Madisonian pluralism, but injected with digital steroids.
The internet allowed for a massive, unprecedented diffusion of organizing power back to the grassroots level.
Which forces us to ask a question that pushes beyond the boundaries of the text. The final provocative thought we want to leave you with today.
Yeah, if we connect this to the bigger picture, as you log off and go about your day, I want you to seriously ponder this.
If technology continues to aggressively lower the barrier to political participation, if a single, unpaid viral video shot on a smartphone can reach 145 million people for free, if a decentralized online movement can raise millions of dollars in microdonations overnight to challenge a $7 million incumbent, will this digital revolution finally be the tool that shatters Robert Michael's iron law of oligarchy?
Could the architecture of the internet actually enable a true, functional, direct democracy, stripping away the power of the lobbyists and the demagogues?
Or is the gravitational pull of human nature simply inescapable?
Will this incredible technology, rather than decentralizing power, just create a brand new, even more opaque class of digital elites?
The software engineers who write the algorithms determining what you see, the handful of tech billionaires who privately own the public squares, the digital strategists who know exactly how to manipulate the trending topics to trigger your emotions, will they simply step into the void and become the new power elite?
Leaving the rest of us exactly where we started, distracted by the political spectacle, happily bowling alone, and just staring at a different, smaller screen.
It is a massive, heavy thought to carry. We started this deep dive looking for a clean, sharp X-ray of our democracy to find out exactly where it was broken.
But as we've seen, from the linguistic manipulation of the polling industry and the brutal mathematical quirks of winner-takes-all districts, to the massive centralized power of the AARP and the crushing systemic weight of campaign finance, the diagnostic landscape is incredibly murky.
The constitutional bones of the system are clearly visible, but the political flesh built around them is incredibly complicated, deeply flawed, and constantly evolving.
Thank you so much for joining us for this deep dive into the hidden mechanics of political participation.
Keep questioning the systems around you, keep looking under the hood of the machine, and we'll see you next time. So back in 1999, Reese Witherspoon did this amazing movie, Election.
Playing Tracy Flick.
Classic. Right, classic.
Yeah.
And if you haven't seen it, Tracy is this, relentlessly ambitious high school junior who will just do absolutely anything to win the student government presidency. I mean, manipulate, scheme, destroy, whatever it takes.
It's a really dark, pitch black comedy.
It really is. It highlights the absolute absurdity of high school politics. But the thing is, beneath all that satire, political scientists have found that there's actually something profoundly serious happening in those school gymnasiums.
Yeah, it turns out that Tracy Flicks of the world are, well, they're actually onto something fundamental.
Wait, really? Like actual data backs this up?
Oh, absolutely. Research from places like the Australian National University and the University of Sydney, they've tracked the long-term behaviors of students who get involved in these, seemingly trivial school elections.
Yeah.
And the data is incredibly clear. Casting a ballot for student body president or running for office yourself, it's actually one of the strongest predictors of active, engaged adult citizenship later in life.
Wow. So it's not just a popularity contest?
No, not at all. It's basically a neurological and sociological training ground.
Okay, let's unpack this, because how do we go from hanging up, glitter glue campaign posters in a cafeteria to actually steering the fate of a massive nation state?
It is quite a leap.
It is, and that's exactly what we're doing today. Welcome to this custom-tailored deep dive into political participation and public opinion. Our mission today is to completely deconstruct the mechanics of how we make our voices heard.
And also why millions of people consciously choose to just stay silent.
Exactly. We want to understand how the massive apparatus of government actually attempts to listen to us. Basically, we're trying to answer a pretty fundamental question for you today. Is the American democratic system fundamentally broken? Or, are we just interacting with its architecture the wrong way?
To really bridge that gap, from the high school election to national governance, you have to understand the core engine driving both. The concept of self-government.
Yeah.
This is the philosophical bedrock. It's the idea that the power to govern a territory originates entirely from the populace residing within it.
Without that agreement, the whole thing falls apart.
Exactly. Without it, the very idea of political participation by an individual is logically meaningless.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't participate in a system that doesn't require your consent to exist.
Yeah. James Madison actually articulated this brilliantly back in Federalist number 39. He was basically trying to sell the new U.S. Constitution to a very skeptical public.
Right, a very tough crowd.
Super tough. And his core argument was that a true republic must derive all its powers directly or indirectly from the great body of the people. He was pushing back aggressively against that British model.
Where authority was just inherited or drawn from some favored aristocratic class.
Exactly. And then Alexis de Tocqueville picked up on this exact same phenomenon decades later in his book, Democracy in America.
Right, he was fascinated by it.
Completely fascinated. He observed that in the United States, society actually governed itself. The people appointed the lawmakers and the people appointed the executives. It was this radical departure from the monarchies of Europe.
But we really shouldn't view self-government as some, settled, dusty, historical achievement. It is a live, ongoing friction point across the globe right now.
Oh, for sure. Like where?
Well, look at the modern landscape of Canada, for example. There are ongoing negotiations with Indigenous peoples, the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities.
Right.
For these communities, self-government is not some abstract political science term. It's the practical mechanism for preserving their cultural heritage, managing their ancestral lands, and administering laws that dictate their daily reality.
Because they never willingly surrendered their autonomy to European settlers in the first place.
Right. Exactly. Their argument is that their inherent right to self-government actually predates the Canadian state itself.
And the Canadian Constitution actually acknowledges this now, right?
It does. The federal government formally recognized the inherent right of self-government for Indigenous peoples back in 1995. And we're seeing very tangible, modern manifestations of this today.
Like what happened in 2019?
Yes, exactly. In 2019, the Métis Nations of Alberta, Ontario, and Saskatchewan signed these landmark self-governance agreements with the Canadian federal government. So it's a living, breathing reallocation of sovereign power.
So if self-government is the theoretical engine, then the most direct, universally recognized mechanism for filing that engine is voting.
Right. It's the ultimate expression of our consent to be governed.
Yet, if you look at the United States, a nation that spends billions of dollars in endless cultural energy revering democracy, we are seemingly allergic to actually participating in it.
It's true. The American reluctance to vote is honestly one of the most studied paradoxes in political science.
Let's get into why. To understand the failure, you first have to look at the mathematical ideal the system is supposedly striving for, right?
Yeah, let's go back to 1964. Supreme Court Justice Earl Warren delivered the landmark Reynolds v. Sims decision.
Okay, setting the stage.
Prior to this, state electoral districts were wildly disproportionate. You could have a rural district with, say, 5,000 people and a massive urban district with 500,000 people, and both would get exactly one state senator.
That is just mathematically absurd.
It is. So Warren fundamentally altered American politics by solidifying the doctrine of one person, one vote. He argued that legislators represent people, not trees or acres.
But getting to a place where one person, one vote actually applied to everyone has been this grueling, bloody, centuries-long marathon.
Absolutely.
When the U.S. Constitution was ratified, suffrage, the legal right to vote, was this incredibly exclusive VIP club. It was essentially restricted to white male landowners over the age of 21.
Right. And the expansion of the franchise since then is basically a slow dismantling of those exclusions. The property ownership requirements for white men weren't even fully eliminated nationwide till 1856.
And then, following the Civil War, you have the 15th Amendment ratified in 1870, which explicitly prohibited the denial of the right to vote based on race or color.
Though, of course, the legal right and the practical reality were completely severed by systemic suppression, which, we'll analyze in a bit.
Definitely. Then you have the women's suffrage movement culminating in the 19th Amendment in 1920.
And we can't forget that Native Americans weren't universally granted U.S. citizenship until 1924. And even then, many states actively blocked them from the polls for decades after that.
Yeah, and Asian Americans faced massive exclusionary laws and weren't broadly granted citizenship and voting rights until the McCarran-Walter Act of 1952.
Right, and then the most recent constitutional expansion occurred in 1971 with the 26th Amendment, which lowered the voting age from 21 to 18.
And the historical friction driving that change was the Vietnam War, right?
Exactly. You had hundreds of thousands of 18 and 19-year-old men being drafted into combat, fighting and dying under the orders of a commander-in-chief and a Congress they legally had no voice in electing.
Which is just a massive contradiction.
It was politically untenable. The dissonance between the burden of citizenship and the power of citizenship became so huge, it led to the fastest ratification of an amendment in U.S. history.
So we have this sweeping historical narrative of the gates of democracy being wrenched open wider and wider to include almost every adult citizen, which makes the modern reality completely baffling. Let's look at the 2020 presidential election. By modern U.S. standards, it was a triumph.
Oh, yeah. Roughly 66% of the eligible voting age population cast a ballot. That was the highest turnout rate since the year 1900.
American political analysts were popping champagne over that. But when you zoom out and place the United States on the global stage, the picture is incredibly bleak.
It really is. When you compare the U.S. to the 35 countries in the OECD, that's the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, basically the world's highly developed democracies, that record-breaking 2020 turnout places the U.S. at a dismal 30th out of 35.
30th? That is terrible. Who's beating us?
Well, countries like Sweden, Turkey, and Australia, they routinely see turnout rates hovering near or above 80%.
We have all this infrastructure, all this historical bloodshed to secure the right, and yet tens of millions of people simply opt out. Why?
What's fascinating here is that political scientists like Mark and Franklin, they argue that we shouldn't view this as a moral failing of the American public.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's actually a completely rational response to the structural design of the system itself. Franklin points to a concept called political salience.
Political salience. Okay, what's that?
It's the degree to which an individual voter believes their specific ballot will tangibly alter a political outcome or influence a policy that affects their daily life.
Okay, makes sense.
If a system is designed in a way that diffuses power or makes outcomes feel predetermined, political salience plummets. And rational people just decide the effort of voting isn't worth the microscopic return on investment.
You know, I always think about voting in the U.S. like being given a free membership to a gym where half the treadmills are broken, the hours are terrible, and the management never cleans the locker rooms.
That's a great way to put it.
You have the right to go. No one is physically barring the door. But the actual benefit you feel in your muscles, the salience of the workout, is so incredibly low that staying home on the couch is honestly the most logical, rational choice you can make.
That analogy perfectly captures the structural demotivation inherent in the U.S. system.
So what are the actual structural differences?
Well, scholar Robert W. Jackman identified several key architectural differences between the U.S. and high-turnout nations. First, look at unicameralism versus bicameralism.
Right. Most high turnout democracies have a single legislative body.
Exactly. If you vote for a party and they win, they pass laws. Very straightforward. But in the U.S., we have a bicameral legislature and a separate executive branch with veto power.
Right. So a voter can help elect a representative only to watch a bill die in the Senate or get vetoed by the president or struck down by the Supreme Court.
Which is incredibly frustrating. The labyrinthine structure of American lawmaking severely dilutes political salience.
Then you have countries that just bypass the psychological debate entirely through compulsory voting.
Yes, like Australia.
If you are an eligible citizen there and you simply decide not to show up on election day, you get hit with a fine.
Exactly. The state has engineered a system where the immediate tangible cost of not voting outweighs any apathy you might feel.
Okay, what else structurally?
Arguably, the most significant factor is proportional representation. The United States operates on a winner-take-all or first-past-the-post system.
So if candidate A gets 51% of the vote and candidate B gets 49%, candidate A takes the entire seat.
Right. And the 49% who voted for candidate B get absolutely zero representation from that election. Over time, that breeds massive disillusionment.
Whereas proportional representation, which is used by many European nations, allocates seats based on the percentage of the national vote a party receives.
Exactly. So if a Green Party or Libertarian Party secures 15% of the total vote, they are granted roughly 15% of the seats in the legislature.
So you never have that crushing feeling of wasting a vote on a third-party candidate. Your vote directly translates into a slice of governmental power, regardless of whether you are in the majority.
Right, which fundamentally changes the math of why someone would bother leaving their house on a Tuesday in November. It drastically increases political salience.
But the structural architecture of the country is only half the equation, right? The granular data reveals the likelihood of a ballot being cast is intimately tied to the specific demographic identity of the individual citizen.
Yes, there is an anatomy to the American voter.
Okay, let's break that anatomy down, starting with the most dominant variable, age. The data points to a curvilinear relationship between how old you are and how likely you are to vote.
It does. And the curve is remarkably consistent. For young voters, aged 18 to roughly 29, participation rates are drastically lower than the national average.
And then?
As individuals enter their 30s and 40s, the likelihood of voting rises on a steep incline, peaking during late middle age and the early retirement years. We only really see a soft decline in the very oldest age brackets, which is usually correlated with severe health or mobility issues.
Why is an 18-year-old so much less likely to vote than a 68-year-old? I mean, it can't just be that young people don't care about politics. We see youth organizing all the time.
It comes down to the friction of daily life. Researcher Robert H. Binstock isolated several mechanisms here. First, voting is a learned habit.
Okay.
It takes time to internalize the civic rhythm of registering, finding your polling place, and showing up. Older voters have simply had decades to solidify that psychological habit.
That makes sense. What's the second mechanism?
The second, and perhaps most crucially, is residential stability.
The sheer administrative nightmare of moving.
Precisely. Young people are highly transient. They move into dorms, they move for first jobs, they change apartments every year to chase cheaper rent.
And in the U.S. system, every single time you change your address, you must proactively update your voter registration.
Right. For a 22-year-old juggling finals or a demanding new job, navigating the county clerk's website to prove residency with a utility bill, that is a high-friction barrier.
Whereas a 65-year-old who has lived in the same house for 20 years never has to think about registration.
Exactly. Plus, older Americans have incredibly high political salience when it comes to federal policy.
Right. If you are 70 years old, policies regarding Medicare and Social Security aren't abstract political talking points. They are the literal math of your daily survival.
You understand intimately that the people you put in office will directly impact your ability to pay for prescription drugs next year. A 20-year-old rarely has that direct, immediate financial tether to the federal government.
Which brings us directly to the massive dividing line of income. Wealth and political participation are deeply correlated.
Very deeply. Individuals earning below the national median income vote at significantly lower rates than those earning above it.
And as the wealth gap in the United States widens, the participation gap follows suit. I imagine the friction we just discussed with young people is magnified exponentially for lower income workers.
It is a compounding crisis of logistics. Researcher Sean McElwee notes that wealthy individuals inherently feel a higher sense of political efficacy. They believe the system works for them, so they participate in it.
But practically speaking,
Practically speaking, analyzing the 2020 election, lower-income voters face insurmountable logistical walls. They are vastly more likely to work hourly jobs with unpredictable schedules or punitive policies for taking time off.
right.
They're less likely to own a car, relying on underfunded public transit to reach polling places that are often relocated or consolidated in poorer neighborhoods.
If you're working a double shift just to make rent, spending 3 hours on 2 buses to stand in line at a precinct is an impossibly high cost of participation.
Exactly. And as people are forced to withdraw from the political sphere to focus entirely on baseline survival, the policies enacted by the government increasingly reflect only the desires of the wealthier voting classes. It's a vicious cycle.
Let's look at race, because the demographic tectonic plates of the United States are shifting rapidly, and it is completely redrawing the electoral map.
Historically, white voters have participated at rates significantly higher than Black, Asian, and Latinx voters,
Yeah.
often by margins of 15 to 20 percentage points.
And Black voter turnout, specifically, was artificially and violently suppressed for over a century, which we'll examine the actual mechanics of shortly.
Right, but looking at the modern era, since the 1980s, Black voter turnout has been a remarkably stable and powerful force.
And 2012 was a huge turning point.
It was the watershed moment. Black voter turnout reached a historic zenith in 2012, actually surpassing the turnout rate of white voters during the re-election of Barack Obama.
But the growth curves for Asian American and Latinx voters are where the sheer volume of the electorate is transforming, right?
Yes, the Asian American voting bloc historically hovered below a 50% participation rate. But 2020 completely shattered previous models.
What happened?
In the battleground state of Georgia, for example, Asian American and Pacific Islander voter participation surged by an astonishing 63% compared to the 2016 election.
Wow, 63%. That level of sudden demographic mobilization fundamentally alters swing state math.
It really does. Latinx voters also represent massive growth, though researchers emphasize they cannot be treated as a monolith.
Right, a Cuban-American voter in Miami is driven by entirely different historical, economic, and foreign policy salience than a Mexican-American voter in Arizona or a Puerto Rican voter in New York.
Exactly. But the overarching reality is that minority demographics account for the vast majority of the growth in the eligible American electorate since the year 2000.
There's another massive demographic divide that has been quietly reshaping American politics for decades: the gender canyon.
Yeah. If you look at polling and turnout data prior to 1980, the participation rates between eligible men and women were virtually identical, tracking around 62%.
But a profound shift occurred in the early 1980s. Women began turning out at higher rates, and in absolute numbers, women have cast more ballots than men in every single presidential election since 1964. What triggered that divergence in the 1980s?
Political sociologists point to a confluence of factors. The feminist movements of the 1960s and 70s successfully normalized and aggressively pushed for female presence in political spaces.
Okay.
Simultaneously, the major political parties were undergoing massive platform realignments. The Republican Party integrated the emerging Christian right into its core platform, heavily emphasizing traditional family structures and opposing the Equal Rights Amendment.
So that caused a reaction.
Yes. Many analysts argue this platform shift inadvertently mobilized millions of women to vote defensively to protect their interests regarding workplace equality, reproductive rights, and family leave policies.
And it isn't just a difference in turnout, it is a massive divergence in actual political preference.
Right.
Going into the 2020 election, pollsters were tracking a potential 15-point gender gap. I mean, the difference in the percentage of men supporting one candidate versus women supporting the other was a chasm.
It tightened to a 7-point gap by Election Day, but that still represents tens of millions of votes fracturing strictly along gender lines.
Is this unique to the U.S.?
Globally, the gender dynamic is highly variable. In nations with deeply entrenched patriarchal systems or religious fundamentalism, female participation is heavily restricted.
Right.
But in 21 out of 58 democracies analyzed by international IDEA nations ranging from New Zealand to Trinidad and Tobago, women actually vote at higher rates than men, mirroring the U.S. trend.
Okay, so Beyond age, income, race, and gender, there is a profound psychological toll to participating in the American system. Aaron Lichhart, a prominent political scientist, coined the term voter fatigue.
It perfectly diagnoses the sheer exhaustion of the U.S. electorate.
Because we vote so much.
We really do. The United States asks its citizens to vote exponentially more often than almost any other democracy. We have presidential elections, midterms, state governor races, state legislatures, county commissioners, mayors, city councils, school boards, judges, sheriffs, and endless ballot initiatives.
It's overwhelming.
And we have primary elections for all of these, and in many states, runoff elections if no one hits 50%. The cognitive load required to make informed decisions on dozens of offices every few months is completely unsustainable. People simply tap out.
I mean, think about your own life for a second. When a random Tuesday in May rolls around and there is a municipal primary election, do you feel an overwhelming sense of civic duty? Or do you feel slightly annoyed that you have to research 7 candidates for the water reclamation district?
Honestly, it's exhausting.
Interestingly, the Pew Research Center found that the psychological hook that keeps frequent voters coming back isn't always soaring patriotism, it's guilt.
Guilt. That's fascinating.
Yeah. People who strongly agree with the statement, I feel guilty when I don't vote, are the most reliable voters in the country. We have weaponized our own consciences against the fatigue of the system.
It proves that the act of voting is deeply entwined with our self-perception and our desire to be seen as responsible members of our social groups.
But if guilt and habit are the primary drivers of turnout, that assumes everyone has equal access to that habit. When you look at the raw numbers from 2020, 80 million eligible Americans did not cast a ballot.
80 million. That is a population larger than most European countries simply sitting out.
And when surveyed, almost 30% of those non-voters cited the exact same barrier. They weren't registered.
Nearly a third of the non-voting public was sidelined by paperwork.
Which is wild.
That points to a massive systemic architecture that treats voter registration not as a right, but as a test you must pass before you are even allowed into the arena.
Because the United States relies on a completely decentralized, individual burden model for registration.
Right. If you want to vote, it is entirely your responsibility to figure out the deadlines, locate the correct county website, print the forms, or wait in line at the Department of Motor Vehicles.
Contrast this with the mechanics of automatic voter registration, or AVR, utilized by nations like Japan, Australia, Germany, Belgium, and Sweden.
Yes. In these countries, the burden is inverted. The government uses the data it already possesses, from tax records, national ID systems, or social services, to automatically populate the electoral rolls.
That makes so much more sense.
It does. When a citizen turns 18, they are automatically registered. When they move and update their address with the Postal Service, their voter registration moves with them seamlessly.
It is treating the citizen as an expected guest at the table, rather than a trespasser who has to prove they belong. And the data shows AVR works inside the U.S. when states actually try it.
Yes. A comprehensive 2019 study analyzed 7 U.S. states and the District of Columbia that had implemented versions of AVR through their DMVs.
And the results?
Controlling for all other demographic and political variables, the implementation of AVR significantly boosted the number of registered voters across the board. Removing the friction works.
But registration is just the first layer of modern institutional roadblocks. Let's talk about voter ID laws, because this is where administrative rules act as targeted filters.
Voter ID laws require a citizen to present a specific, state-approved form of photo identification before they are handed a ballot. On the surface, proponents argue it secures the election.
But there's a catch.
A big one. Serena V., writing for the American Bar Association, highlights the demographic reality. Millions of Americans do not possess these specific IDs.
Right.
And the people who lack them are overwhelmingly lower income, younger, and non-white. Obtaining an ID requires time, transportation to a state agency, and underlying documents like a birth certificate, which often cost money to acquire.
So it functions as a modern bureaucratic toll booth. And once you have the ID, you actually have to physically cast the ballot. A 2020 Harvard study documented the sheer physical hurdles erected in recent years. We are seeing massive closures of polling places, specifically concentrated in minority and lower-income neighborhoods.
Not to mention the aggressive purging of voter rolls based on algorithmic matching errors, the banning of same-day registration, and even the criminalization of voter registration drives.
And we cannot ignore the mathematical suppression of gerrymandering.
Oh, gerrymandering is huge. This is the highly sophisticated, computer-aided drawing of electoral district lines by the party in power.
How does that actually work?
The goal is to pack as many opposing voters into a single district as possible, or crack them across multiple districts, ensuring the opposing party's votes are mathematically diluted. It guarantees that the ruling party maintains power even if they lose the overall popular vote in the state.
It's like playing a game where your opponent gets to draw the board. To truly understand the mechanics of these modern suppressive tactics, you have to trace their DNA back to the era of Jim Crow.
Yes, the history is vital here.
And as a reminder to you listening, we're just objectively reviewing the historical facts and sociological data presented in our sources here. The language has changed from outright racial hostility to bureaucratic necessity, but the underlying mechanisms of filtering the electorate are historically consistent.
Right. Following the Civil War and the ratification of the 15th Amendment, Southern states constructed an elaborate legal and extra-legal architecture specifically designed to strip Black Americans of their newly acquired political power.
The literacy test was one of the most effective tools.
Yes, and these were not objective reading exams. They were highly subjective, convoluted tests administered by white registrars who had total discretion over who passed and who failed.
Right.
A white applicant might be asked to read a simple sentence, while a Black applicant, even one with a college degree, would be asked to interpret an obscure clause of the state constitution to the registrar's satisfaction.
Alongside the literacy test was the poll tax, a literal fee required to vote, intentionally pricing out newly emancipated, economically disenfranchised Black citizens.
And when the legal bureaucracy failed to stop Black voters, there was state-sanctioned terrorism.
Yeah.
The Ku Klux Klan and other white supremacist organizations operated as paramilitary wings of voter suppression. They utilized assassinations, beatings, church bombings, and lynchings to create a pervasive atmosphere of terror. Approaching a ballot box as a Black man in the Jim Crow South was an act of profound, life-threatening courage.
But the history of American institutions isn't purely a story of suppression. The mid-20th century saw the federal government finally turn its institutional power against the states to protect the franchise.
The fulcrum of this shift was the Voting Rights Act of 1965.
A massive piece of legislation.
It was a massive assertion of federal authority. It legally obliterated literacy tests and required states with histories of racial discrimination to get federal clearance before changing any voting laws. A year prior, the 24th Amendment formally abolished the poll tax.
And they continued to sharpen the Voting Rights Act as a tool for inclusion. In 1975, Congress recognized that language was acting as a de facto literacy test, so they amended the act to require jurisdictions to provide bilingual ballots and voting materials.
And then, in 1982, they amended it again to mandate physical access to polling places for Americans with disabilities. It is a relentless, century-long tug of war.
And that tug of war brings us to a crucial inflection point in political participation. If a citizen is blocked from the ballot box by administrative hurdles, or if they simply decide their vote is completely meaningless due to gerrymandering and low political salience, their political energy does not simply evaporate.
Exactly. It diverts.
Yeah.
When the formal avenues of power are choked off, citizens will engineer alternate routes to exert their will.
Which means we need to expand our definition of what it actually means to participate in a democracy. Voting is the most visible metric, but it is just one tool in a massive arsenal of civic action. Let's look beyond the ballot.
Let's do it.
The most foundational non-voting act is simply contacting an elected official.
And it is vital to recognize that petitioning the government is not just a civic suggestion. It is a fiercely protected First Amendment right. The founders recognized that a self-governing society requires a continuous, unhindered marketplace of ideas between the governed and the governors.
Even back in the 1700s.
Oh, yeah. The archives of the U.S. Senate show constituents writing in to demand specific votes on legislation dating all the way back to the first Congress in 1789. Today, that looks like coordinated email campaigns, phone banking blitzes that crash congressional switchboards, and intense town hall meetings.
Another massive, highly localized avenue is volunteering, and this is where the age demographic completely flips.
Yes, the youth engage here.
While 18-year-olds might struggle with the DMV registration friction, they excel at the sweat equity of politics. Young Americans volunteer for political and civic causes at rates nearly equal to their much older baby boomer counterparts.
Volunteer canvassing, the act of physically knocking on doors to speak with neighbors about a candidate or an issue, remains one of the single most effective mechanisms for increasing voter turnout, particularly in lower salience midterm or local elections.
Because it Relies on the psychological power of face-to-face, peer-to-peer accountability.
Exactly. It's much harder to ignore a neighbor on your porch than a mailer in your recycling bin.
Then we have to look at the lifeblood of modern campaigns: money.
Always the money.
The Supreme Court, particularly through decisions like Citizens United, has legally equated the spending of money with political speech. But beyond the massive super PACs, the landscape of individual donating is fundamentally shifting the power dynamics of participation.
The rise of digital payment processing has birthed the era of the small dollar donor.
Right.
The source data provides a perfect archetype. A 34-year-old office manager during the 2020 Democratic primaries who supported Bernie Sanders. He didn't have thousands of dollars to attend a high society fundraising dinner. Instead, he engaged in continuous micro-participation.
Donating in $3 increments.
Yes, sometimes executing 20 separate tiny transactions in a single day based on news cycles or debate performances.
It essentially gamifies participation. The federal limit for an individual contribution to a single candidate is $2,900 per election cycle. But when millions of people are giving $10 at a time, it completely circumvents the traditional reliance on wealthy gatekeepers.
In the 2020 cycle, nearly a quarter of all funds raised came from people giving less than $200.
That's massive. And the international context of political finance is drastically different. The U.S. system, while capped for individuals, sees billions of dollars flow through outside groups.
Contrast this with Canada, where the individual contribution limit is tightly capped at the equivalent of roughly $320 US, and strict spending limits are placed on the campaigns themselves.
And France restricts individual donations to about $5,300 per candidate.
Conversely, nations like Australia, Germany, Sweden, and Switzerland impose absolutely zero limits on how much an individual or corporation can donate or spend on politics.
Wow, zero limits. Okay, so when contacting officials, canvassing, and donating fail to shift policy, citizens inevitably turn to the most visceral, historically disruptive form of political participation: protests.
Protests are basically the pressure release valve of a democracy.
Right. They're utilized by groups who feel locked out of the traditional halls of power to collectively demand visibility and accountability.
And analyzing the objective historical record of recent years, we see protests acting as massive catalysts for policy debate. The Black Lives Matter movement is a primary example.
And again, we're just reporting the sociological facts from the text here.
Of course. Ignited in 2012 following the shooting of Trayvon Martin and the acquittal of George Zimmerman, the movement crystallized a deep systemic frustration within Black communities regarding state-sanctioned violence and the historical legacy of white supremacy.
And it evolved into a highly decentralized global network.
It did. Following the events of 2020, public opinion shifted dramatically, with polls showing 55% of U.S. adults expressing support for the movement, forcing police reform and qualified immunity into the center of the legislative agenda.
We saw a similar kinetic mobilization with the Asian American community in 2021.
Yes.
Following a year of intense pandemic-related scapegoating that culminated in a horrific mass shooting in Atlanta, Asian Americans orchestrated massive street protests nationwide.
This wasn't just venting anger. It was highly targeted political action that directly resulted in Congress passing and the president signing the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act to expedite the review of hate crimes at the Justice Department.
And this surge in kinetic participation is a global phenomenon.
In 2019, sociologists noted that there were more ongoing protests involving more people than at any other recorded time in human history.
The Arab Spring is the most striking example of how rapidly this energy can scale. In late 2010, a young Tunisian street vendor, pushed to the absolute edge by police harassment and economic despair, set himself on fire.
A horrific catalyst.
That single horrific act of ultimate protest acted as a spark in a powder keg of authoritarian oppression. Within weeks, millions of citizens across North Africa and the Middle East were in the streets, utilizing early social media to coordinate massive uprisings that successfully toppled entrenched dictatorships in Tunisia, Egypt, and Libya.
Though the text importantly notes that the aftermath of those revolutions has been incredibly complex, with nations like Tunisia still battling severe economic instability and political backsliding today.
Right, it's not a magical fix. Another profound example of sustained protest is the umbrella movement in Hong Kong.
Yes. Beginning as a push for democratic electoral reforms in 2014, it exploded again in 2019 when the Chinese government attempted to pass a law allowing the extradition of Hong Kong citizens to mainland China, a direct threat to their legal autonomy.
And the tactics of the protesters were incredibly adaptive. They used umbrellas not just for rain, but to physically shield themselves from police pepper spray and facial recognition cameras.
By 2021, facing the crushing weight of a new national security law and pandemic lockdowns, over 10,000 protesters had been arrested.
It highlights the terrifying physical risks individuals will absorb to participate in self-government when the stakes are existential.
It really does.
Mhm.
But when you synthesize all of these actions, the letter writing, the volunteering, the micro-donations, the marching, a surprising narrative emerges about the American citizen.
What's that?
A comprehensive Pew survey across 14 developed nations revealed that while the U.S. is embarrassingly behind in voter turnout, Americans are actually global leaders in civic participation between elections.
Wow, really?
Yeah, we're far more likely to attend a campaign event, volunteer for a community organization, or engage in a protest than citizens of most other democracies.
Here's where it gets really interesting. The very nature of the protest square has evolved. The streets have merged seamlessly with the internet. We aren't just physically marching, we're utilizing the architecture of the web to orchestrate massive political pressure.
Digital realm.
Yeah. Look at the aftermath of the horrific shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida in 2018. The surviving students, almost none of whom were old enough to legally vote, weaponized social media to build a global, highly sophisticated gun control movement practically overnight.
Researchers categorize this phenomenon as networked young citizenship.
Yeah, worked young citizenship. I like that.
The friction of organizing a million-person march used to require months of planning and massive infrastructure. Today, a viral hashtag can mobilize a city in hours.
We saw the precursor to this with the e-petitioning movements following the Sandy Hook tragedy, where digital volume became so overwhelming that President Obama was forced to formally address and integrate the digital petitions into his policy responses.
This digital merger leads us into the invisible tissue that holds all of this participation together. Whether you are marching in the street, knocking on a door, or organizing a viral boycott, you are relying on something called social capital.
Social capital. Define that for us.
Social capital is a foundational concept popularized by Harvard political scientist Robert Putnam in his seminal book, Bowling Alone.
Ah, yes.
Putnam observed that Americans used to be deeply embedded in localized, face-to-face organizations, bowling leagues, the Elks Club, neighborhood associations, Sunday school classes.
Okay.
These groups weren't explicitly political, but they served a vital democratic function. They forced people out of their isolated bubbles to interact with neighbors, creating dense networks of interpersonal trust and reciprocity.
The idea is that if I bowl with you every Thursday, and I know your kids, and I trust you to keep score fairly, I am developing a psychological investment in our shared community.
Exactly.
And when a local political issue arises, like a bond measure for a new school roof, I am vastly more likely to participate and vote because I care about the people the roof will protect.
The empirical data strongly supports this across the globe. Studies analyzing citizen behavior in Mexico, Chile, Peru, and Argentina found that fostering interpersonal trust in non-political community settings directly correlates to higher rates of political participation later on.
Wow.
A similar study in Japan found that offline social networking was a primary fuel for civic engagement.
But Putnam's thesis was that traditional offline social capital has been collapsing for decades. We don't bowl in leagues anymore. We bowl alone. We don't join the Rotary Club. We go home and scroll on our phones.
Which begs the question, what happens to democracy when the community center is replaced by the algorithmic feed?
The migration to digital social capital has massive implications. Currently, 40% of Americans aged 30 to 49 report getting their political news primarily from social media platforms.
And the political science data indicates that social media possesses a highly volatile dual nature. On the positive side, it is an unparalleled engine for agency and connection. Well, a study of Nigerian university students demonstrated that active use of social media significantly heightened their political engagement and knowledge surrounding national elections. Similarly, research from Penn State showed that Facebook is highly effective at building new social capital and reducing isolation for users over the age of 65.
Okay, I have to push back on the idea that this is a net positive for our political intelligence. Yes, it connects us, but look at the actual architecture of the information ecosystem we are connecting to.
It is flawed.
Flawed is an understatement. The data in our sources cites an MIT study that is absolutely chilling. They tracked the life cycle of information on Twitter and found that fake news and fabricated falsehoods are 70% more likely to be retweeted than the truth.
70%. That's huge.
And not only are they shared more often, they travel 6 times faster. The algorithm inherently rewards outrage and fiction over nuance and fact. If the infrastructure of our social capital is designed to spread lies at hyperspeed, isn't it actively destroying our political intelligence, even if it makes us feel more engaged?
That is the central crisis of modern network citizenship. The friction of publishing has been reduced to zero, and the viral reward system heavily favors emotional manipulation over factual accuracy.
Exactly.
However, the exact same MIT researchers also tested solutions built within the same digital environment.
Like what?
They found that the antidote to algorithmic misinformation is human friction. When platforms utilize crowdsourced ratings, asking a random sample of everyday users to quickly grade the accuracy of a headline before it was amplified, the spread of fake news plummeted.
Wow.
Furthermore, when users were simply prompted to pause for 3 seconds and actively consider the truthfulness of an article before sharing, their ability to filter out falsehoods skyrocketed.
So the technology isn't inherently a doomsday machine. Our psychological relationship to it is just entirely immature. We are like toddlers who have just been handed the keys to a Formula One car. We are crashing it into the walls of our own democracy because we haven't learned the mental mechanics of how to steer it.
Precisely. We are in the messy, dangerous adolescent phase of digital social capital, trying to harness its organizing power while urgently needing to build cognitive immune systems against its toxic side effects.
So we have all this energy. We are arguing on Twitter. We are marching with umbrellas. We are donating our $3, and a fraction of us are fighting the DMV to cast a ballot. It is a chaotic, deafening cacophony of 330 million voices.
It's a lot of noise.
How does the government actually process this noise? How do the people in power measure what the collective we actually wants? This is where we enter the science of public opinion.
If the prime directive of a representative democracy is self-government, then the representatives must have a mechanism to understand the will of the governed.
Makes sense.
The aggregate of individual views regarding a specific issue at a specific moment in time is what we call public opinion. It is a vital, ever-shifting snapshot of the public mind.
But the public mind isn't a single unified brain. It is highly fractured. You have majority opinion, which is rare but powerful. For example, a 2020 Harvard poll found that 93% of Americans believe clean air and water are fundamental human rights.
And 89% believe affordable health care is a right.
Right. When opinion is that unified, it creates a massive gravitational pull on policy.
But the vast majority of political issues do not command the attention of the entire nation. Most people simply do not have the bandwidth to care about everything. This creates what political scientists call issue publics.
Issue publics, like specialized groups.
Exactly. These are highly concentrated, intensely motivated subsets of the population who care deeply about one specific topic. An urban accountant might have zero opinion on agricultural corn subsidies, but a farmer in Iowa will have an incredibly detailed, passionate stance.
And legislators often ignore the indifferent majority and cater entirely to the hyper-focused issue public, because the issue public will actually vote based on that single policy.
Additionally, you have elite opinion, the publicized views of cultural, business, and political leaders who possess specialized platforms to broadcast their preferences.
The fascinating psychological question is, where do these opinions actually originate? We aren't born with an innate stance on the capital gains tax or international trade tariffs.
In 1922, the brilliant journalist and philosopher Walter Lippmann wrote a foundational book called Public Opinion.
A classic.
He argued that the real world is altogether too big, too complex, and too fleeting for direct acquaintance. Therefore, we rely on the pictures in our heads, simplified mental models constructed for us by external forces. And the most powerful force shaping those pictures is our own demographic reality.
Your lived experience dictates how you perceive political events. The data surrounding the January 6th Capitol riots is a stark example of this. Polling showed that Black Americans were twice as likely as white or Asian Americans to feel that the media and the government were not paying enough attention to the severity of the riots.
Furthermore, Black respondents placed a significantly higher priority on aggressively prosecuting the rioters, differing by a margin of 20 percentage points from other demographics.
And political sociologists point out that this divergence is deeply rational. If your demographic group has a centuries-long history of experiencing severe, unequal, and often brutal treatment at the hands of law enforcement and the justice system, your picture in your head regarding a mob violently storming the Capitol and facing delayed police resistance is going to be fundamentally different from someone who has implicitly trusted law enforcement their entire life.
We see demographic divides driving major geopolitical events globally, too. Look at the Brexit vote in the United Kingdom. Public opinion on whether to leave the European Union was violently split along educational lines.
Oh, really?
Yes, Britons with college degrees were statistically far less likely to harbor the anti-immigrant anxieties that fueled the core of the Leave campaign.
Beyond our broad demographic buckets, our opinions are shaped on a microscopic level by the process of socialization.
Sociologist Vincent Price famously summarized this by noting that in politics, it is not so much where we stand, but with whom we stand.
With whom we stand.
We are incredibly social creatures, and we subconsciously assimilate the values, fears, and preferences of our primary groups, our family, our church, our coworkers.
Which perfectly explains the utility of political ideology. Ideology identifying strictly as a liberal or a conservative is essentially a cognitive shortcut. You don't have the time to read a 1,000-page infrastructure bill.
No one does.
But if you know you belong to the conservative social group, your ideological framework immediately tells you that you should generally be skeptical of massive federal spending and prefer market-based solutions. It saves you the cognitive calories of having to form an original opinion from scratch.
And we refine those ideological shortcuts by looking to specific individuals within our social groups known as opinion leaders.
When I hear opinion leader, I think of the president giving an Oval Office address or a cable news anchor shouting at 8 p.m.
Those are macro-level leaders. But researchers Eleu Katz and Paul Zarzerfeld revolutionized sociology by identifying the power of horizontal opinion leaders.
Horizontal leaders.
These are the people in your immediate everyday life whose intellect or specialized knowledge you naturally respect. It might be the local bank manager whose opinion you ask about a local tax measure. It might be the union rep on your shift.
Okay.
The text affectionately refers to the archetype of the bridge-playing wife.
Yeah.
The person in the social circle who religiously reads 3 newspapers every morning and synthesizes the state of the world for her friends over cards. We rely on these horizontal leaders to translate complex political noise into actionable opinions.
I want you to think deeply about your own cognitive architecture for a moment. Picture the 5 people you interact with the most: your spouse, your business partner, your best friend. When you feel a surge of absolute certainty about a political issue, to what extent is that opinion actually the result of your own rigorous, independent analysis?
And to what extent are you simply reflecting the baseline assumptions of the social group you desperately want to belong to?
It is a deeply uncomfortable question, but answering it is the first step toward actual intellectual independence.
It forces us to confront how much of our political identity is inherited rather than chosen.
So we know that millions of people are forming these complex opinions based on demographics, socialization, and horizontal leaders. But the federal government cannot dispatch sociologists to interview all 330 million Americans about what their bridge group thinks of the debt ceiling.
No, we have to utilize mathematics. We have to rely on the science of polling.
Polling, the mathematical attempt to capture the pulse of the entire nation by measuring the heartbeat of a tiny fraction of it.
The entire science rests on the concept of the sample. Because interviewing 330 million people is impossible, statisticians select a small group designed to perfectly mirror the demographic makeup of the whole.
The gold standard for achieving this has always been probability sampling. This is the mathematical requirement that every single person in the target population has a known, equal, and random chance of being selected for the survey.
For decades, the engine of probability sampling was random digit dialing. Computers would literally generate random landline phone numbers across the country and dial them.
Because almost every home in America had a landline.
Exactly. The sample pulled from those random calls was beautifully representative of the nation's demographics. It was highly accurate.
But the landline is a technological dinosaur, which means random digit dialing is facing a catastrophic failure rate. The CDC tracks phone usage meticulously, and their data shows that over 83% of Americans between the ages of 30 and 34 exclusively use cell phones. They have cut the cord entirely.
If a polling firm relies heavily on landlines, they are mathematically erasing young people from their data set and massively oversampling retirees who happen to be home at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday.
This introduces the polling world's greatest nemesis, selection bias. When the people you are talking to no longer accurately represent the people you are trying to measure, your data is hopelessly corrupted before you even ask the first question.
But assuming a pollster manages to navigate the cell phone nightmare and builds a truly representative sample, the underlying math is bordering on magic.
It really is.
The data shows that a sample of roughly 1,500 randomly selected people generates a margin of error of about plus or minus 2.6%.
Wait, 1,500 people?
Yeah, that means you can ask 1,500 people a question and statistically guarantee that their answer matches the hidden opinions of 330 million people within a 2.6% window. It is statistical alchemy.
The foundational math of probability is incredibly robust. But this raises an important question. If the math is so reliable, how do we explain the catastrophic, highly publicized polling failures of recent years?
You are talking about the shock of 2016 and the massive misses in 2020.
Exactly.
The failure almost never lies in the mathematical equations. It lies in the deeply flawed, unpredictable human element of gathering the data. We call these measurement errors, and they take several insidious forms.
Like what?
The most subtle is the question wording effect. Researchers have repeatedly demonstrated that public support for environmental regulation swings wildly depending on a single phrase.
Oh, I've seen this.
If a poll asks about global warming, the response triggers one set of partisan ideological defense mechanisms. If the exact same poll asks about climate change, the responses shift dramatically. You aren't measuring their actual opinion on the environment, you are measuring their emotional reaction to a specific combination of syllables.
That is terrifying. The pollster can inadvertently engineer the result they want just by breaking out a thesaurus. What else corrupts the data?
Interviewer bias is a major factor. The physical reality of the human being asking the question alters the reality of the human being answering it. Classic research by Princeton professor Daniel Katz proved that the perceived social class of the interviewer changed how respondents answered questions about economics. Similarly, respondents frequently modulate their answers regarding race or gender issues to avoid appearing confrontational or offensive to the specific person on the other end of the phone.
Which feeds directly into the most famous psychological hurdle in polling, response bias, specifically the social desirability bias.
This occurs when respondents actively lie to the pollster because the truth violates a perceived social norm. They want to project an idealized version of themselves.
The most famous historical example of this is the Bradley effect, right?
Yes, named after Tom Bradley, a black candidate running for governor of California in 1982 against George Deukmejian, a white candidate.
And Bradley was leading comfortably in almost every major pre-election poll, yet on election day he lost. How does a lead that massive just evaporate?
The prevailing theory is that a significant number of white voters lied to the pollsters. When a stranger called them on the phone, they stated they supported the black candidate because they didn't want to risk sounding racially prejudiced aloud.
But in the voting booth.
But when they entered the absolute anonymity of the voting booth, free from social judgment, they voted for the white candidate. The poll perfectly captured what people wanted to say, but completely failed to capture what they actually intended to do.
So if we applied these human failures to the massive polling autopsy of 2016 and 2020, where models confidently predicted a Hillary Clinton landslide and then massively overstated Joe Biden's margins, what exactly broke down?
It was a cascading failure of multiple factors. In 2016, many state-level pollsters failed to weight their samples by education level.
Because historically that didn't matter as much.
Right. Historically, white voters, with and without college degrees, voted relatively similarly. But 2016 caused a massive demographic fracture. Non-college educated white voters swung violently toward Donald Trump, and because pollsters weren't ensuring they had enough of those specific voters in their samples, they were entirely blind to the surge.
And a massive swath of the electorate simply hated both candidates and refused to decide until the final days, rendering polls taken a week prior completely useless.
Exactly.
And in 2020, they supposedly fixed the education weighting problem.
They did, but a new ghost entered the machine: differential partisan non-response.
Differential partisan non-response, meaning
The theory is that conservative voters, fueled by a narrative of deep institutional distrust, simply stopped answering the phone when polling organizations called. Simultaneously, highly enthusiastic Democratic voters were more than happy to talk to pollsters. The math algorithms couldn't adjust for a demographic that had actively chosen to become invisible to the system.
You know, the way I conceptualize the fragility of polling is to imagine trying to determine the exact temperature of an Olympic-sized swimming pool by scooping out one single cup of water. Mathematically, 1 cup is all you need.
Yep.
But if you accidentally scoop that cup right next to the pool's heating vent, or if the water in your cup artificially warms up because you used a hot coffee mug to scoop it, your final reading is going to be completely detached from reality. You have the exact right volume of water for the statistics to work, but your human executioner destroyed the integrity of the data.
That is a phenomenal visualization of how selection bias and measurement error destroy probability sampling.
Even knowing how incredibly fragile this science is and how easily a poorly worded question or a silent demographic can ruin the data, the entire globe still desperately relies on these polls. Why? Why does capturing public opinion matter so much?
It matters because, in a functioning democracy, public opinion is the raw fuel for policy creation. The feedback loop must be maintained. Look at the 2008 presidential election. Right. Barack Obama won a decisive victory amidst a terrifying global financial crisis. The polling data was unambiguous. The American public was demanding massive, immediate action on the collapsing economy, job creation, and the broken healthcare system.
The public opinion was an explicit mandate.
And the government executed that mandate. The immediate legislative results were the massive economic stimulus package and the fiercely debated but ultimately successful push for the Affordable Care Act.
The polls captured the anxiety, the voters delivered the power, and the representatives engineered the policy. When the system works, it validates the entire grand experiment of self-government.
And the ripples of American public opinion don't stop at the shoreline. The health of the U.S. system dictates global stability.
The international lens is crucial. The text highlights longitudinal data tracking how citizens of allied nations, France, Germany, the UK, view the United States. Specifically, how much confidence they have that the U.S. president will do the right thing regarding world affairs.
During the Obama administration, confidence in Europe was incredibly high. During the Trump administration, driven by his America First rhetoric and withdrawal from international agreements, global confidence plummeted to historic lows. With the transition to the Biden administration, polls showed a massive, immediate rebound in European trust.
I can hear a skeptic asking, why should I care if a guy in Berlin trusts the U.S. president?
Because global diplomacy is not executed in a vacuum. Political psychologist Stephen Kuhl argues that public opinion is the ultimate ally or the ultimate adversary in international cooperation.
Oh, so?
If the president of France wants to sign a crucial climate treaty or a defense pact with the United States, but the French public fundamentally distrusts the American president, the French leader is risking their own political survival to make that deal. Credibility is a currency.
If polls fail to accurately capture the sentiment of our own people or the anxieties of our allies, foreign policy becomes impossible. As The Atlantic warned regarding the collapse of polling accuracy, if we cannot measure reality, we are essentially flying blind on a global scale.
Exactly.
So what does this all mean? We started this deep dive with the fundamental question: is the machinery of our democracy broken, or are we just interacting with it incorrectly?
The reality we've uncovered is deeply nuanced. The structural barriers are undeniable. A system that forces the individual to navigate archaic registration hurdles, wait in multi-hour lines, and suffer through relentless voter fatigue is a system designed to depress participation.
And the science we use to listen to the public is struggling to survive the technological revolution.
But the flip side is the sheer irrepressible volume of human energy demanding to be heard. We might struggle at the ballot box, but we are a nation that continuously invents new ways to exert our political salience.
From the young canvasser knocking on doors in a local primary, to the grassroots donor giving $3 at a time, to the digital architects organizing global umbrella protests against authoritarianism. When you act, when you write the email, when you hold the sign, when you answer the pollster's call, or when you finally navigate the DMV to cast your vote, you are the engine of self-government.
You are actively shaping the pictures in the heads of the people in power.
It is a messy, beautiful, infinitely complex struggle. As we wrap up, I want to leave you with a final, slightly terrifying thought to mull over, a thought that builds on everything we've dissected today.
Ooh, all right.
We've talked about how hard it is to accurately poll a population and how much friction exists in traditional voting. But as technology evolves, our digital footprints, our late-night search histories, the hyper-specific algorithms of our social media feeds, our geolocation data, our micro-purchasing habits are becoming the most accurate, unfiltered repositories of our true preferences in human history.
Vastly more accurate than a phone survey where a voter might lie to protect their social standing.
Exactly. So in the near future, as artificial intelligence becomes capable of perfectly predicting our desires, our anxieties, and our political leanings based on the trillions of data points we generate every day, will the physical act of voting or the science of polling become entirely obsolete? Will the algorithmic government of the future just instantly know what the public wants and execute policy accordingly without ever having to ask us for our consent?
The ultimate optimization of government at the potential cost of our conscious participation. That is a profound dilemma.
It really is. Until that AI takes over, though, the burden of self-government remains squarely on our shoulders. So you might want to pick up the phone the next time that unknown number calls. Ensure your specific drop of water is in the cup. Double-check your registration, recognize the biases in your own social circles, and remember that the diagnostic X-ray of our democracy might be incredibly murky, but we are the only ones who can read it. Thanks for taking this deep dive with us. Keep questioning, keep participating, and we'll see you next time. So back in 1992, there was this major national survey that just dropped an absolute bombshell on the American public.
Oh, right, the 1992 Holocaust survey. That was a huge deal,
Yeah, I mean, the numbers came back, and they basically showed that 1 in 5 Americans, so like 20% of the country, were Holocaust deniers.
which is a staggering number.
It's terrifying. It made national news everywhere. People were completely horrified.
Right, and you had pundits scrambling on TV to explain this massive surge in extremism.
Exactly, and sociologists were just completely baffled. But it turned out that 20% of the country hadn't actually suddenly embraced historical revisionism.
No, not at all. They had just been tripped up by a really, really poorly written sentence.
Yeah.
It was a classic, albeit disastrous, methodological error. The polling organization had basically constructed a question with a convoluted double negative.
Oh, those are the worst.
They really are. It was so awkwardly phrased that respondents essentially had to say yes to mean no and, say no to mean yes.
So they were just confused.
Completely confused. Because when other researchers went back in 1994 and asked the exact same group a clear, unambiguous question, the number of actual deniers dropped from 20% to barely 2%.
Wow. Barely 2%.
Yeah, the other 18% were just completely tripped up by the grammar.
That is just wild. Well, welcome to the deep dive, everyone. Today, we are basically tearing apart the illusion of the public.
It's a great topic.
Because you hear it every day, right?
Yeah.
You turn on the news, you scroll your feed, and you are just bombarded with pie charts telling you exactly what the American people want.
Or what the public is supposedly demanding.
Right. So we're taking a massive stack of political science research today, specifically this comprehensive foundational text on public opinion, to figure out what that phrase even means.
Which is harder to define than people think.
It really is. We're going to unpack the hilarious and, well, sometimes catastrophic history of how we try to measure human thought.
And then we'll get into the hidden gears turning inside your own head that dictate your political identity.
Exactly. And ultimately, we're going to ask whether our leaders should even be paying attention to these numbers at all.
It's a crucial investigation, really, because we crave certainty.
We do. We love numbers.
Right. We want a clear mathematical mandate for how society should be governed. But when we treat public opinion as this monolithic, single voice, we fundamentally misrepresent it.
Because it's not just one voice.
Not at all. It is actually a deeply fragmented, contradictory, and highly volatile array of attitudes. Measuring this isn't just about crunching numbers.
It's psychology.
Exactly. It requires understanding the psychological and sociological fault lines of a nation.
I was actually trying to find a way to visualize this earlier, and the best framework I could come up with is the weather.
The weather. Okay, I like that.
Yeah, like public opinion acts exactly like the daily weather. It's incredibly localized. I mean, it can be pouring rain in your neighborhood, but sunny across the street.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
And it changes constantly based on immediate conditions.
Right. And so if public opinion is the daily weather, then a nation's political culture is its climate.
Yes, the climate is deep-rooted. It takes centuries to shift.
Exactly. And to help us navigate this incredibly complex meteorology of human thought, I'm joined, as always, by our resident expert.
Thanks. I think the weather analogy holds up perfectly, actually, because before a meteorologist can measure rainfall, they have to define exactly what constitutes rain.
Right, you need a baseline.
Exactly. In political science, we draw a very rigid boundary between political culture and public opinion. Like you noted, the political culture is the bedrock climate.
The stuff we don't even really think about.
Right. These are the deeply held foundational beliefs that are passed down through generations.
Hmm.
In the United States, for example, it's the inherent belief that democracy is the most legitimate form of government.
Or like the cultural skepticism toward concentrated central power.
Yes, you don't poll people on whether they prefer a monarchy or a republic every Tuesday. That is the climate.
It's just the water we swim in. You don't debate it, it just dictates the environment. So public opinion is the reaction to the immediate stuff for them.
Precisely. Public opinion is the reaction to a proposed troop deployment or a new tax bracket or, how the local school board is handling a curriculum dispute.
Okay, so it's immediate.
It is immediate, it is specific, and it mutates constantly.
Okay, let me test the boundaries of this definition just to be sure. If my neighbor decides to tear up their lawn and put in this massive, incredibly ugly rock garden,
Uh-huh.
and I complain to everyone else on the block, and we all agree we hate it, that's an opinion, and it's held by the public in my neighborhood. Is that public opinion?
In the strict political science sense, no,
Really? Why not?
because that remains a private dispute. An individual's opinion on a neighbor's landscaping or their religious practices or their personal life does not constitute public opinion.
Oh, I see.
However, if you and your neighbors take that grievance and start lobbying the city council for a new zoning ordinance that strictly regulates residential landscape,
Then it becomes public opinion.
that crosses the threshold, yes. It must concern political and social issues. It has to involve the broader organization of society, the allocation of resources, or government action.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. It has to intersect with the state or societal organization. But here is the trap we constantly fall into when we try to capture that specific political weather.
We see it on the evening news constantly.
Yes. A reporter stands in a diner in Ohio, right? They talk to one guy getting a sandwich who says he's furious about inflation.
And the reporter turns to the camera and says, and there you have it, the mood of the working class.
Exactly. The journalistic one-person cross-section.
It is a narrative crutch, and statistically, it is entirely meaningless.
Because it's just anecdotal.
Right. Anecdotal evidence is a disastrous indicator of public opinion because you have absolutely no mathematical mechanism to determine if that one person in the diner is representative of a larger population.
They could just be having a really bad day.
Or perhaps everyone in that specific diner works for the same local manufacturing plant that just had layoffs. Or they all belong to the same local political chapter. They do not represent the whole.
Right.
And when we actually do deploy rigorous methodology to measure the whole, we run into an uncomfortable reality that challenges our romanticized view of democracy.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about the sheer measurable scale of public ignorance.
Yes.
And I want to be super clear to everyone listening here. We aren't judging this or being elitist. This is just the raw data of how human beings allocate their cognitive energy. We only have so much time in the day.
Exactly. The assumption behind the phrase, the public demands, is that citizens have formed strong, clear, united convictions based on a review of the facts.
Which would be nice.
It would be, but the data shows this is exceptionally rare. Usually what we measure as public opinion is a chaotic blend.
What does that blend look like?
You have a few small, highly informed groups who vehemently disagree. Then a massive block of people who are undecided. And an even larger group that has absolutely zero interest in or knowledge of the subject.
The 1991 Lithuania poll perfectly illustrates this, I think.
It really does. So in 1991, pollsters asked American citizens if they supported President George H.W. Bush's policy regarding the geopolitical situation in Lithuania.
Because they were attempting to break away from the Soviet Union at the time.
Right. And a solid majority of respondents confidently stated that yes, they completely supported the president's policy.
But the follow-up questions are where the reality check happens, right?
Oh, absolutely. When the pollsters pressed further, they discovered that a vast majority of those same respondents could not locate Lithuania on a map, nor could they articulate what President Bush's policy actually was.
So they were just blindly agreeing.
Essentially, they weren't expressing a deeply held geopolitical stance. They were expressing a generalized trust in the executive branch to handle foreign affairs.
Or maybe they just wanted to sound supportive and informed to the person conducting the survey.
Exactly. People want to be helpful.
Right. If someone in a professional voice asks if you support a policy, your instinct is to say, sure, sounds good, rather than admit you haven't read up on Eastern European border disputes.
Yes, but that instinct creates a vulnerability.
Because if the public opinion isn't rooted in hard facts, it means it can completely detach from established reality.
Precisely. Look at the 2006 Harris poll regarding the Iraq War.
And again, we are looking at this totally neutrally, just mapping the data to understand the mechanics.
Of course, the context of that 2006 poll is vital. By that point, it had been 3 years since the 2003 invasion of Iraq.
3 whole years.
Right. And for 36 months, there had been exhaustive, globally broadcast investigations, official government intelligence reports, weapons inspector testimonies.
All uniformly concluding that Iraq did not possess weapons of mass destruction at the time of the invasion.
Exactly. Nor did Saddam Hussein have operational links to al-Qaeda.
So the factual record had been thoroughly established and publicized by then.
Yet, the Harris poll found that fully half of the American public still believed Iraq had WMDs when the U.S. invaded.
Half the country?
Yes. Furthermore, 64% of respondents stated they believed Saddam Hussein had strong links to al-Qaeda.
That is wild. The public opinion had just completely crystallized around the initial pre-war narrative.
It had. Once that narrative was locked in, the influx of new, contradictory, objective facts simply bounced off.
It really demonstrates how incredibly sticky a narrative becomes once it takes root in the collective consciousness.
It does. Which brings us to a chilling realization.
Yeah, if public opinion is this malleable and can remain this divorced from objective reality, it means it doesn't just happen organically, it is built.
Yes. There's a quote in our sources from Beatrice Webb, an influential British sociologist from the late 19th and early 20th century.
Oh, I remember this one.
She observed that there is no such thing as spontaneous public opinion. It all has to be manufactured from a center of conviction and energy.
It sounds profoundly cynical, honestly.
It does, but historical evidence heavily supports her assertion. We like to imagine public opinion as a grassroots, organic phenomenon, like a spontaneous uprising of collective will.
But in reality,
it is almost always catalyzed, organized, and directed by specific leaders or interest groups. And it is important to note that this manufacturing process isn't inherently malevolent.
right, it is simply the physics of political change.
Exactly.
Let's look at how that physics can be used to dismantle an empire, because Mahatma Gandhi is a prime example of this manufacturing process.
Oh, absolutely. Gandhi was perhaps one of the greatest architects of public opinion in the 20th century.
He recognized early on that attempting to defeat the British Empire through conventional military force was just impossible.
Impossible. Instead, he systematically manufactured a narrative designed to capture the sympathy of both the Indian populace and the global, specifically British, public.
He used incredibly potent visual symbols.
He did. The spinning wheel, the salt march, the fasting. A gaunt, elderly man in a simple dhoti facing down the might of the British military using absolute nonviolence.
He wasn't just protesting, he was creating a moral drama.
Yes. His organization, the Indian National Congress, utilized these highly visible symbolic actions to mobilize millions. By creating this overwhelming, unified public opinion, he made the physical administration of India impossible.
So by 1947, the British didn't leave because they were outgunned.
Right. They left because the manufactured public opinion made the country ungovernable.
And we see the exact same mechanics deployed during the Civil Rights Movement in the United States just a few decades later.
The Selma to Montgomery marches in 1965 are a textbook example of this. The organizers understood the power of the emerging national television media.
They deliberately brought their grievances to a location where they knew they would face a harsh response.
Specifically when the cameras were rolling. When the American public, sitting comfortably in their living rooms in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles,
saw the visceral, televised brutality of state troopers attacking peaceful African-American citizens who were simply demanding their constitutional right to vote.
it caused an immediate seismic shift in national opinion.
That visual of Bloody Sunday manufactured the consensus needed. It provided the ultimate political momentum to pass the Voting Rights Act of 1965.
Exactly.
So we clearly see how public opinion operates as this immense, invisible gravity in democracies or colonial struggles. But what fascinates me is that even the most brutal authoritarian regimes are obsessed with it.
They absolutely are.
You'd think a dictator wouldn't care about a poll. I mean, if you control the secret police and the military, why care what the guy on the street thinks?
Because governance by pure, unadulterated coercion is practically impossible to sustain. It is too resource-intensive, both financially and socially.
You run out of money and bullets eventually.
Right. Political scientists point out that even totalitarian regimes require a foundational veneer of legitimacy to function efficiently.
Let's look at Stalin's Soviet Union, like the ultimate police state.
Exactly. Stalin's regime possessed an unimaginably vast apparatus for crushing dissent. The NKVD, the Gulag system, the purges.
But it wasn't just violence holding it together.
No. The entire structure rested primarily on a manufactured psychological narrative. It was the promise of a glorious, classless Marxist utopia,
Heavily combined with a fierce, deep-rooted Russian patriotism.
especially mobilized to repel the Nazi invasion during World War II. The secret police were the enforcers, but the manufactured belief in the system was the actual foundation.
And when that underlying belief rots away, the whole edifice becomes incredibly fragile.
We saw this vividly in the collapse of the Soviet bloc in 1989 and the Soviet Union itself in 1991.
Yeah, it just went so fast.
The regimes had spent decades trying to maintain that manufactured legitimacy through propaganda and economic promises. But once the general public fundamentally stopped believing the narrative,
Once the public opinion decisively shifted to recognize the system as a failure.
the collapse was astonishingly rapid. The secret police couldn't save a state that has lost the invisible gravity of public consent.
We saw it again in Ukraine in 2013 during the Euromaidan protests, just massive sustained street demonstrations.
Driven purely by public outrage over corruption and the rejection of European integration.
And it literally forced a sitting chief executive to flee the country to Russia. The public simply withdrew its consent and the government evaporated.
It's powerful stuff.
So we've established that public opinion is this wildly powerful force. It can topple dictatorships, yet it can also be easily confused by a map of Eastern Europe.
A paradox, right?
Which brings us to the monumental challenge. How on earth did we ever figure out how to capture this chaotic energy in actual numbers? Let's trace the evolution of polling.
It is a profound story of trial, error, and the slow, painful development of statistical science, because it is essentially a history of brilliant people making massive, consequential mistakes.
Let's go back to 1824. The United States is facing a highly contentious presidential election, mostly between John Quincy Adams and Andrew Jackson. And a local newspaper, the Harrisburg Pennsylvanian, decides they want to predict the outcome. But they don't have demographic models or algorithms.
No, they didn't have any of that.
They literally just send reporters out into the streets to taverns and public squares and ask random passersby who they plan to vote for.
They called it throwing straws in the wind to see which way the breeze was blowing.
Yeah, this was the birth of the straw poll.
And incredibly, for over a century, that remained the industry standard. Newspapers, magazines, and political parties would conduct these massive, completely haphazard surveys.
They would print ballots in their magazines for readers to mail back, right?
Or they would ask people at train stations. There was absolutely no scientific rigor applied to who was being asked.
Which eventually led to what is widely considered the most spectacular failure in the history of opinion research.
The 1936 Literary Digest poll.
Yes, the 1936 Literary Digest disaster.
It is the cautionary tale taught in every introductory statistics class.
Oh, absolutely. So set the stage for us.
Well, the Literary Digest was an incredibly popular, prestigious magazine. And they had built this aura of infallibility because their massive mail-in straw polls had correctly predicted the outcomes of the 1924, 1928, and 1932 presidential elections.
They had a winning streak.
A long one. So it's 1936. The nation is deep in the Great Depression. You have the incumbent Democrat, Franklin D. Roosevelt, implementing the New Deal, which involves massive government intervention and relief programs.
And running against him is the Republican, Alfred M. Landon, who represents a much more conservative, pro-business platform.
Right. So the Literary Digest decides to execute the largest poll in human history. They mail out questionnaires to an astonishing 10 million people.
10 million people.
They were operating on an assumption that seems entirely logical if you don't understand statistics.
The assumption that a larger sample size inherently equals greater accuracy.
Exactly. They believed that if asking 100,000 people was good, asking 10 million people would guarantee certainty.
But how did they get 10 million names?
To build this massive list, they aggregated their own magazine subscriber lists, state automobile registration records, and telephone directories.
Okay, so the results come back, they tally the millions of responses, and the Digest confidently publishes their prediction.
Alfred Landon is going to win in an absolute landslide, capturing nearly 60% of the popular vote. They guarantee it.
Well, wait, hold on. I think this is where anyone looking at the data would be confused. If 10 million people answer a survey, isn't that statistically bulletproof?
You would think so.
Even if the methodology is a bit messy, wouldn't 10 million data points completely drown out any margin of error? How does the math actually fail when the sample is that gargantuan?
That is the exact question that revolutionized the field. The math fails because of the difference between variance and bias.
Okay, break that down for us.
A large sample size reduces variance, meaning your results are highly consistent. But if your sample is fundamentally biased, a large sample size just means you are going to be consistently, precisely wrong.
Consistently wrong.
Yes. The Literary Digest failed to understand the concept of a representative sample. Think about the socioeconomic reality of 1936.
The country is in the depths of the Great Depression.
Right. So who had the disposable income to maintain a subscription to a literary magazine?
We're rich people.
Who had the wealth to own an automobile and register it? Who could afford the luxury of a private telephone line in their home?
It was the affluent, the upper middle class, and the wealthy.
Exactly. By using those specific lists, the magazine inadvertently created a massive 10 million person sample that systematically excluded the poor, the working class, and the unemployed.
Which is a huge chunk of the country.
And politically, those were the exact demographics most fiercely supportive of FDR and his New Deal relief programs.
So the wealthy individuals in the Digest sample were understandably frustrated by FDR's tax hikes and regulatory expansions, so they overwhelmingly supported Landon.
The Literary Digest didn't measure the American public. They executed a flawless, highly accurate measurement of the wealthy American public.
Wow. And while the Digest is confidently predicting this Landon landslide, there's a pioneer named George Gallup who is watching this unfold, and he realizes they are walking off a cliff.
Yes, Gallup was approaching this from the emerging field of market research. He recognized the fatal flaw of the straw poll.
He realized the size doesn't matter if it's biased.
He realized that the sheer size of the sample is mostly irrelevant if the internal composition is skewed. Gallup introduced what we call quota sampling.
How does that actually work mechanically? How does he fix the Digest's mistake?
Instead of blindly mailing out millions of ballots, Gallup determined exactly what the demographic makeup of the United States looked like based on census data.
Oh, clever.
He calculated the exact percentages of men versus women, rural versus urban, Catholic versus Protestant, and most importantly, high income versus low income.
He mapped it out.
He then built a miniature, mathematically precise replica of the country. He used a tiny fraction of the Digest's sample, only a few thousand people. But he dispatched field workers with strict quotas.
Like what? Give me an example.
A worker in Chicago might be told, you must interview exactly 10 working-class Catholic women and 5 affluent Protestant men.
He essentially built a demographic terrarium.
Exactly. Because his tiny sample accurately mirrored the broader population, Gallup correctly predicted that Franklin D. Roosevelt would win a massive landslide victory.
And FDR won with over 60% of the vote, carrying every state except Maine and Vermont.
It completely humiliated the Literary Digest. The magazine actually went bankrupt and folded shortly after.
Ouch.
But it proved that George Gallup's scientific representative sampling was the future.
It did.
But even science has growing pains, because just 12 years later, the pollsters walked into another massive trap.
1948, the most famous photograph in political history.
Oh, President Harry Truman standing on the back of a train, grinning ear to ear, holding up the front page of the Chicago Daily Tribune.
And the massive headline reads, Dewey defeats Truman. It's iconic. Almost every major polling organization, using Gallup's new scientific quota methods, had confidently predicted that the Republican, Thomas E. Dewey, would easily defeat Truman.
They really had.
So if they had the demographics mapped out correctly this time, why did the polls fail so spectacularly?
The 1948 failure wasn't a demographic failure. It was a behavioral failure. It revealed the danger of making rigid assumptions about human psychology.
How so?
In the weeks leading up to the election, the pollsters had a significant chunk of their representative sample, roughly 15%, who told the interviewers they were undecided.
Okay, so you have a block of people who won't commit. How do you model that?
The pollsters applied what seemed like a logical mathematical assumption. They assumed that when Election Day finally arrived, those undecided voters would eventually make up their minds and split their votes in the exact same ratio as the people who had already decided.
So if the people who had made up their minds were splitting 55% for Dewey and 45% for Truman, the pollsters assumed that 15% undecided bloc would just neatly divide themselves 55 to 45.
Right. It's a neat, elegant assumption.
Hmm.
The problem is, human behavior isn't always neat.
What actually happened?
What actually happened in the final days of the campaign was that the undecided voters broke massively, nearly 75% of them, for the incumbent, Harry Truman.
Whoa.
Because the polling organizations stopped conducting interviews weeks before the election, confident in their models, they entirely missed this late, massive behavioral swing.
Truman wins the election, embarrassing the pollsters yet again.
Again.
And it forced the industry to constantly refine how they model likely voters and how close to election day they have to keep tracking. Which brings us into the modern era.
Yes, modern polling.
We realize that one poll, no matter how scientific, is always vulnerable to a behavioral swing or a slight sampling error, and that leads to the age of aggregation.
The 2000s and 2010s.
Yeah, we see the rise of data journalists like Nate Silver. The game changes from conducting one perfect poll to wrangling the chaos of dozens of imperfect ones.
Aggregation is the current gold standard because it relies on the law of large numbers to defeat statistical noise. Nate Silver, who famously applied predictive modeling to baseball statistics before moving to politics, built his reputation during the 2008 and 2012 elections by doing exactly this.
He didn't rely on a single national survey.
He gathered dozens of state-level polls.
But how does an aggregator actually blend them together? You can't just take a simple average if some of the polls are poorly conducted, right?
Exactly, and that is where the sophisticated mechanics come in. Aggregators use Bayesian models and weighted averages.
Weighted average, okay.
If a polling firm has a historical track record of being highly accurate and completely transparent about their methodology, their poll is given a heavy weight in the algorithm.
And if they don't?
If a firm uses cheap methodology or has a history of leaning toward one political party, their poll is given a much lighter weight.
You essentially punish the bad data and reward the good data.
Yes. And by aggregating them, you solve the fundamental mathematical problem of the margin of error.
Let's unpack that term because we hear it constantly. The news anchor says the candidate is up by 4 points with a margin of error of plus or minus 3%. What is the actual math happening behind that phrase?
The margin of error is a statement of statistical probability based on sample size. When a poll claims a margin of error of plus or minus 3% at a 95% confidence interval, which is the industry standard, it is making a very specific mathematical promise.
Which is?
It means that if you were to conduct that exact same survey with the exact same methodology 100 times in a row, 95 of those times, the final result would land within 3 points of the true opinion of the entire population.
Okay, but if we look at the inverse of that,
Yep.
if 95 out of 100 polls are within the margin, that means 5 out of 100.
It means that 5 times out of 100 or 1 in 20 times, just by pure, unavoidable mathematical variance, the poll is going to be a complete outlier,
It will be entirely wrong.
sitting way outside the margin of error, simply because you accidentally randomly selected a weird group of people.
That's terrifying if you're a politician basing your campaign on one poll.
Yeah.
You might have just drawn the 1 in 20 cursed survey.
Which is exactly why aggregation is vital. If you average 20 different polls together, the one mathematically doomed outlier gets completely diluted by the 19 accurate ones. The aggregate smooths out the statistical noise.
So we've explored the math of how we gather these thousands of opinions, but let's zoom in on the actual individual picking up the phone.
Let's do it.
How do they arrive at their answers? What are the underlying forces that shape their political identity? To understand this, we have to look at what political scientists call the salience of demographics.
Salience is a profoundly important concept here. It stems from the Latin word meaning to leap.
To leap.
In sociology, it refers to the degree to which a specific social category, your income, your religion, your geography, leaps out and acts as the primary dividing line for your political worldview.
And the fascinating part is that the most salient factors are completely different depending on what country you are examining.
Right. And for generations, the dominant theory, largely championed by Karl Marx, was that there was really only one salient factor that mattered: social class.
Marx's theory was elegant in its simplicity.
He argued that as industrialization progressed, society would cleanly bifurcate based entirely on economics. You would have the working class, the proletariat, who would universally adopt socialist or communist politics to protect their labor.
And you would have the owners of capital.
The bourgeoisie, who would universally support conservative capitalist politics to protect their wealth. He believed class would completely override religion, nationality, or ethnicity.
But when we actually look at how humans behave, the Marxist model completely fractures. It's entirely too rigid.
It is. Now, objective class, your actual income and wealth, does matter.
Yeah.
In many European nations, like the Scandinavian countries, the class remains highly salient.
Working class voters consistently align with social democratic parties there.
But even there, it's not absolute. And
Yeah.
when you attempt to apply the strict Marxist model to the United States, it completely disintegrates.
Because the United States has this incredibly bizarre psychological quirk regarding social class.
Very bizarre.
It's the gap between objective class, the reality of your bank account, and subjective class, the story you tell yourself about who you are. If you poll Americans and ask them what class they belong to, almost everyone, from top to bottom, claims to be middle class.
It's a fascinating cultural phenomenon. The mythology of the American dream has essentially made working class sound like a temporary setback.
And upper class sound somewhat elitist or aristocratic, which goes against the cultural grain.
So you will routinely survey individuals who are objectively living well below the federal poverty line, and they will identify as middle class.
And conversely,
You will survey highly affluent professionals, surgeons, corporate lawyers who earn millions, but because they remember their parents struggling or because they view themselves as hard workers, they too will earnestly identify as middle class.
the subjective identity completely overwrites the economic reality. It's so pervasive that a lot of polling agencies have actually stopped using working class as a self-identification category because so few Americans will voluntarily select it.
And because that class identity is so blurred, voting patterns in the U.S. rarely follow strict economic lines.
You frequently see objectively poor voters passionately supporting deeply conservative candidates who advocate for slashing the social safety net, motivated instead by cultural or religious issues.
Simultaneously, you see incredibly wealthy individuals in coastal cities consistently voting for liberal candidates who explicitly promise to raise taxes on the wealthy.
Which means Marx was wrong. Class isn't enough. Which brings us to the theory developed by Yale political scientist Joseph LaPalumbre.
Yes, LaPalumbre argued that to understand a nation's political fault lines, you can't just look at class. You have to ask, class plus what?
What is the modifying demographic?
In a country like Germany, the salient equation has historically been class plus region plus denomination. Are you a Catholic in the southern region of Bavaria or Protestant in the industrial north?
And in France?
In France, the equation might be class plus religiosity. Not just what church you belong to, but how many times a month you actually attend Mass.
Instead of throwing all these demographics into a blender where they just turn into mush, I like to think of them as a combination lock. Your class is the first number on the dial, but that alone won't open the lock to predict your vote. You need the second number, the third number.
I like the combination lock analogy.
And in the United States, that combination lock is incredibly complex. It's class plus race plus religion plus geography. But there is one specific tumbler in that lock that acts very strangely. Education?
Yes, education.
Education operates like a prism. You shine a person's worldview through a college degree, and it splits their political views into two entirely different, often conflicting spectrums.
Split political impact is the technical term, and the prism metaphor captures it perfectly. If you analyze polling data for individuals with university degrees, you see a very distinct pattern.
On what we categorize as non-economic or cultural issues, the highly educated tend to be quite liberal.
They consistently show higher levels of tolerance for diverse lifestyles, stronger support for civil rights expansions, and a preference for progressive social policies.
Okay, so the education pushes them to the left culturally. But what happens when you ask them about their wallets?
That is where the light splits. When you pivot the survey questions to economic issues, specifically things like aggressive wealth redistribution, higher marginal tax rates, or massive federal welfare programs, many of these same socially liberal, highly educated individuals become distinctly conservative.
Psychologically, having acquired specialized skills and higher incomes, they become skeptical of government efforts to redistribute the wealth they feel they have earned. And what's fascinating is that if you look at the working class, the prism often reverses completely. You will find voters without college degrees who strongly favor economic liberalism.
They want higher minimum wages, robust protection for labor unions, expansive social safety nets, and tariffs to protect their domestic jobs.
But those same voters will simultaneously hold deeply conservative views on non-economic issues.
Prioritizing traditional family structures, intense patriotism, and religious values.
This creates immense cross pressures. It is the fundamental reason why building a stable political coalition in a democracy is so agonizingly difficult.
A politician is constantly trying to stitch together demographic groups that enthusiastically agree with them on one spectrum, but violently disagree with them on the other.
So if education and class are the first two numbers on our combination lock, the third number has to be physical geography, because where you literally stand on the earth seems to dictate a massive amount of your political identity. The source material noted an old political axiom: every country has a south.
It is a near universal law of political geography. What the axiom refers to is the inherent tension between the center and the periphery.
The center and the periphery.
Yes. In the development of almost every modern nation-state, there is a central region where capital, political power, and cultural influence are heavily concentrated, and surrounding that center are the outlying peripheral regions.
Over time, these peripheral regions inevitably develop deep-seated resentments against the center.
Sometimes the resentment is purely economic. The periphery feels its natural resources or labor are being extracted to enrich the capital. Sometimes it's deeply historical, rooted in centuries-old conquests or forced annexations.
The examples are everywhere once you look for them. Scotland constantly bristling against the dominance of London. The American South's historical and cultural resistance to Washington, D.C. Catalonia's intense push for independence from Madrid.
And this resentment solidifies. It stops being just a preference and hardens into a profound, unshakable political identity.
I want to bring in a vivid visual example here to really illustrate how potent this gets. Think about the global news coverage of Taiwan. We frequently see these massive, striking images like a bright yellow banner carried by thousands of people.
With bold lettering that roughly translates to 23 million Taiwanese asserting they will decide the future of Taiwan.
Exactly. That banner is the perfect physical manifestation of center-periphery tension escalated to its absolute maximum.
In that context, public opinion is no longer just a daily weather reading about a tax policy. It is functioning as a massive unified counterbalance to a vastly more powerful center.
In this case, Beijing.
That banner represents a regional identity that has solidified into an intense existential political will. When a peripheral region feels its fundamental right to self-determination, or its very existence, is threatened by the center, public opinion becomes monolithic.
It is the most powerful form of the J-curve, which we'll discuss later. So we have the tumblers of class, education, and geography. Let's turn to the tumbler that historically causes the most friction: religion.
Religion is a deeply salient factor, but we have to be extremely precise about how we define the fault line, because that line has moved dramatically in the last 50 years.
Let's trace that movement in the United States. Historically, the dividing line was purely denominational. Were you Catholic or were you Protestant?
Correct. During the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as massive waves of immigration hit the U.S., the denominational divide was the paramount political fault line.
Catholic immigrants, largely settling in urban centers, faced significant discrimination and heavily relied on and voted for democratic political machines that offered them protection and social services.
While Protestants, particularly those in rural areas or holding established wealth, predominantly aligned with the Republican Party.
The tension was so acute that as recently as 1960, serious political commentators debated whether John F. Kennedy's Catholicism would make him entirely unelectable,
fearing his primary loyalty would be to the Pope rather than the Constitution.
But the sources point out that this specific Protestant versus Catholic battle line is basically obsolete today. The political landscape has shifted entirely.
It has shifted from a divide of denomination to a divide of religiosity. The salient question is no longer what theology you subscribe to, but how intensely you practice it. Political scientists refer to this new alignment as the God gap.
So how does the God gap work mechanically?
Today, highly observant, devout Protestants and highly observant, devout Catholics frequently vote in exact alignment.
Driven by shared concerns over cultural issues like abortion, traditional marriage, and the role of religion in the public square.
They have formed a unified, powerful, conservative bloc. Conversely, secular, non-practicing Catholics and secular Protestants also align, forming a unified bloc on the liberal side.
So the theology doesn't matter, the frequency of attendance does. Think about your own life. The people you know who are at a church, mosque, or synagogue every single week likely share a political worldview, regardless of the specific building they are in.
The data bears this out starkly. In the 2012 U.S. presidential election, exit polls revealed that roughly two-thirds of voters who attended religious services weekly cast their ballots for the Republican candidate, Mitt Romney.
And the other side.
In direct contrast, nearly two-thirds of voters who explicitly stated they never attended religious services supported the Democrat, Barack Obama. The fault line is now between the devout and the secular.
We are building a very complex combination lock here. Let's add the tumbler of age. Because there's a very persistent cliche that we all get more conservative as our hair gets grayer.
The old saying,
If you aren't a liberal at 20, you have no heart. If you aren't a conservative at 40, you have no brain. Is that actually supported by the data?
the cliche is rooted in a well-documented sociological framework called life cycle theory. And yes, there is robust empirical data supporting it.
The mechanism is fairly straightforward.
When individuals are in their late teens and 20s, they are generally unburdened by heavy taxation, mortgages, or the immense responsibility of raising children. Psychologically, they can afford to be idealistic, experimental, and naturally more radical in their demands for societal change.
But then reality hits.
Exactly. As they progress through the life cycle, they acquire property. They start families. They begin paying significantly more into the tax system.
As their personal stake in the economic status quo grows, they inherently become more protective of their assets and highly skeptical of radical, rapid political changes that might disrupt their stability.
Their worldview naturally drifts toward moderation or economic conservatism.
It makes sense intuitively, but the sources offered a competing theory that I found much more profound. It explains why some generations defy that life cycle completely.
You're thinking of Karl Mannheim.
Yes, let's talk about Karl Mannheim's theory of political generations.
Mannheim, a brilliant sociologist, argued that life cycle theory is too reductive. He proposed that entire generations are permanently molded, sometimes scarred by the massive, traumatic historical events they collectively experience during their highly impressionable young adult years.
These foundational events crystallize a worldview that they carry with them until they die, completely overriding the natural conservative drift of aging.
Exactly. So if we look at the generation that came of age during the 1930s, the Great Depression.
A perfect example. That generation experienced catastrophic economic failure during their formative years. They witnessed banks collapsing, massive unemployment, headlines, and the apparent total failure of the unregulated free market.
Because of that shared trauma, they didn't become economically conservative when they bought houses in the 1950s.
Right. That foundational trauma permanently set their political compass. Even as they grew older, acquired wealth, and moved to the suburbs, that specific generation remained overwhelmingly supportive of robust federal welfare programs, Social Security, and heavy government intervention in the economy.
The trauma locked in their political identity.
And we see the same mechanism with foreign policy. The generation that was drafted to fight in the dense jungles of Vietnam developed a permanent, deeply ingrained skepticism toward American military interventionism.
Decades later, when the U.S. was debating invading Iraq, that older Vietnam generation was instinctively much more critical and resistant to the idea than younger generations who hadn't lived through the trauma of the 1960s.
Let's add the final two tumblers to our lock: gender and race. Because these are demographics where we have seen massive structural realignments over the decades.
The shifts are profound. Let's examine the gender gap. Historically, particularly prior to the 1970s and 80s, women across Western democracies actually tended to vote slightly more conservatively than men.
This was largely attributed to a stronger alignment with religious institutions and a focus on traditional family morality.
But as society rapidly modernized, that completely flipped.
It did. The mass entry of women into the professional workforce, the rise of the feminist movement, and shifting economic realities fundamentally altered the salient issues for female voters.
In the United States, beginning notably in the 1980s, a persistent gender gap emerged, but in the opposite direction. Women began consistently showing significantly higher support for progressive policies.
Specifically, federal investments in education, healthcare, and family support systems.
While showing much less support for hawkish military interventions than their male counterparts, this shift turned women into a foundational pillar of the modern democratic coalition.
And when we look at race, the historical realignment is even more dramatic.
The voting history of African Americans provides the clearest example of a demographic completely shifting its political allegiance based on policy delivery. For decades following the Civil War, African Americans were staunchly loyal to the Republican Party.
The party is Abraham Lincoln.
The party that delivered emancipation and fought for early civil rights during Reconstruction.
So what broke that loyalty?
The cataclysm of the Great Depression. When Franklin D. Roosevelt implemented the New Deal, these sweeping economic relief programs provided massive, tangible survival benefits to impoverished communities, prominently including African Americans.
The sheer scale of the economic relief catalyzed a massive generational realignment.
African Americans shifted their allegiance to the Democratic Party based on that economic delivery, a loyalty that was later cemented by the Democratic Party's eventual embrace of the Civil Rights Movement in the 1960s under Lyndon B. Johnson.
Okay, so if we take all of these tumblers class, education, geography, religion, age, gender, race, and we align them, we can start to predict the demographic shape of public opinion.
Yes, we can.
But as we transition into our next major concept, we have to acknowledge a fundamental truth. All of these demographic categories are essentially passive. They dictate what you might think, but they don't dictate if you actually care.
Which is a huge distinction.
There is a deeper divide that cuts horizontally across all those demographic lines, and it's based entirely on attention.
This is a critical framework developed by political scientist Gabriel Almond in 1950. Almond argued that it is a fundamental analytical error to talk about the public as a single, uniform entity.
When you analyze how people actually interact with political information, society naturally stratifies into three distinct publics based entirely on their level of engagement.
The three publics.
Let's walk through them. At the base of the pyramid, you have the general public.
The general public constitutes the vast, overwhelming majority of citizens in any nation. And Almond's blunt assessment was that the general public, quite simply, does not know much about the intricate details of politics, nor do they particularly care.
Again, we aren't saying this to be insulting. It's just human bandwidth.
Exactly. The general public is rationally focused on their immediate, tangible lives. Their jobs, paying their mortgages, raising their children, their personal hobbies.
They have zero interest in the abstract nuances of international trade treaties or the intricate details of a healthcare bill.
They only become engaged when a massive crisis, a severe economic depression, a major war, a pandemic shatters their daily routine and forces them to pay attention.
Above them, you have the second tier, the attentive public.
This is a much smaller, highly engaged minority. They generally possess higher levels of education. They read deeply into the news. They listen to 60-minute analytical deep dives. They understand abstract political philosophy.
Crucially, when politicians give complex speeches, they are actually speaking to the attentive public.
Because the attentive public acts as the translators.
Precisely. They act as the transmission belt of democracy. They digest the complex policies generated by the top tier, debate them, and eventually distill those policies into simpler concepts to mobilize the general public when an election or a crisis arrives.
And that brings us to the tiny point at the top of the pyramid, the policy and opinion elite.
These are the ultimate insiders, the members of Congress, cabinet secretaries, top-level national journalists, academics, and directors of influential think tanks.
They are the fraction of a percent in the population who actively devise the policies and possess the platform to articulate those policies to the nation.
So why does Almond's three-tier model matter? Why isn't it enough to just know the demographics?
Because the three publics framework reveals the most volatile, dangerous dynamic in any democracy: the gap between elite opinion and a mass opinion.
Elites and the general public process the world through entirely different psychological mechanisms.
Elites operate on a structural, long-term, systemic understanding of problems. They look at macroeconomic data and geopolitical strategy. The mass public, however, operates almost entirely on immediate, visceral reactions.
They judge policy based on direct personal impact and deeply ingrained moral concepts of fairness and justice. When those two methods of processing reality collide, the political system shakes.
Our sources highlight the 2008 global financial meltdown as the ultimate, painful example of this gap in action. Let's break down the mechanics of what happened there.
The 2008 crisis provides a flawless case study. In the fall of 2008, the global banking system was literally freezing up. Commercial paper markets stopped functioning.
If left unchecked, the banking collapse would have meant that ordinary businesses wouldn't be able to make payroll by the end of the week. We were staring into the abyss of a second Great Depression.
So the elites panic.
Exactly. And I mean elites across the entire political spectrum. Republican President George W. Bush, his Treasury Secretary, the Chairman of the Federal Reserve, and the Democratic leadership in Congress.
They all looked at the systemic data and instantly formed a consensus. To save the macroeconomic structure, they determined they had to urgently inject hundreds of billions of taxpayer dollars directly into the massive financial institutions that were failing.
To the elites, it wasn't a moral question, it was just emergency plumbing. They had to unclog the pipes to save the house.
But when they presented this solution to the general public,
The reaction of the general public was explosive, visceral outrage. The mass public did not understand, nor did they care about, the intricate mechanics of credit default swaps or systemic liquidity traps.
what they saw, vividly, was profound moral unfairness. They saw their own home values plummeting, their retirement accounts evaporating, and their neighbors facing foreclosure.
Meanwhile, the very Wall Street executives whose reckless gambling had caused the crisis were being handed billions in taxpayer bailouts and then using that money to pay themselves massive year-end bonuses.
The elites said, we must do this to save the system. The masses said, this is fundamentally unjust, and you are rewarding the criminals.
The resulting fury completely ignored the elite consensus. That mass anger catalyzed huge populist backlashes, the Tea Party on the right, the Occupy Wall Street movement on the left, that fundamentally derailed and reshaped American politics for the next decade.
And this isn't uniquely American. The exact same elite mass collision played out across the Atlantic just a few years later during the Eurozone crisis.
It was a mirror image. The elites in prosperous northern European nations, notably German Chancellor Angela Merkel, looked at the crushing debt of southern nations like Greece.
The elite consensus was structural. If we allow the Greek economy to default and crash out of the euro, the contagion will destroy the entire currency union. Therefore, we must deploy billions to bail out the Greek government.
Structural plumbing again. But the general public in Germany.
The German general public was livid. The average German taxpayer felt they had worked hard, saved diligently, accepted painful domestic labor reforms, and balanced their checkbooks.
Now, the elites were forcing them to pay for the debts of a foreign nation they perceived as profligate and irresponsible. The structural necessity of the elites slammed directly into the moral outrage of the masses, creating massive political instability.
Which raises a really difficult philosophical question. If democracy is literally defined as rule by the majority, shouldn't the general public always win these collisions? If 80% of the German public says no bailouts, shouldn't the elites be forced to obey? Why doesn't the majority always get its way?
Because you're assuming that every opinion carries the exact same political weight. And in the physics of political power, that is completely false. We have to introduce the variable of intensity.
Intensity, meaning how hot the fire burns?
Precisely. A passionate, red-hot minority will constantly and predictably override a lukewarm, apathetic majority.
Let's explore the mechanics of how that actually works, because it sounds counterintuitive to majority rule. And I want to remind everyone listening, we are looking at this purely analytically. We are dissecting the mechanics of power, not taking a stance on the moral validity of the issues we're about to discuss.
Understood. Let's look at the mechanics of an issue like gun control in the United States. If you conduct a broad national poll, you will consistently find that a numerical majority of the general public supports some form of increased gun control, such as universal background checks.
So 60% say yes. Why doesn't the law change?
Because that 60% majority is lukewarm. It is a preference they hold when asked on the phone, but it does not define their core political identity.
It doesn't dictate who they socialize with, and crucially, a lukewarm opinion does not drive a voter to stand in the rain to vote in a low-turnout midterm primary election.
But the minority.
The minority that vigorously opposes gun control is red hot. Their intensity is absolute. They view the issue as a fundamental, existential defense of their constitutional rights.
Therefore, they organize relentlessly, they donate heavily to single-issue interest groups, and most importantly, they vote uniformly in every single primary election, explicitly punishing any politician who deviates from their stance.
Elected officials are entirely rational actors. They understand that ignoring a lukewarm majority carries very little political risk because the majority isn't paying close attention.
But crossing a red-hot minority guarantees a well-funded, highly motivated primary challenger. Therefore, the intense minority successfully dictates the policy.
And we see this exact same intensity dynamic play out on abortion policy or regarding steadfast U.S. support for Israel. The deep passion of a highly organized, attentive minority easily drowns out the mild, distracted preferences of the general public.
It's a powerful dynamic.
Okay, so we've mapped the demographics, we've stratified the public into 3 tiers, and we've added the variable of intensity. What does all of this look like when the statisticians try to map the health of a democracy? How do they visualize this chaos?
Statisticians plot these survey responses on a graph to visualize the distribution of opinion. The horizontal axis represents the spectrum of opinion, from one radical extreme on the left to the moderate center to the radical extreme on the right.
And the vertical axis represents the number of people holding that opinion.
When they map issues, they generally find three distinct shapes or curves that tell us exactly how stable a society is.
All right, listeners, visualize this with me. We are going to look at three shapes: a cliff, a valley, and a hill. Let's start with the cliff.
The cliff is what statisticians call a skewed distribution, or a J-curve. If you plot the J-curve, you see almost no one at one extreme, very few people in the middle, and then a massive towering spike of people completely piled up on the other extreme.
So almost the entire society is in absolute lockstep agreement on one specific thing.
Exactly. It represents a rare, powerful societal consensus. A textbook example in modern American history was the public's reaction immediately following the September 11th terror attacks.
If pollsters asked, should the United States take military action against the terrorist organizations responsible, the data formed a massive J-curve. There was virtually no opposition and no middle ground. It was an overwhelming, skewed consensus demanding action.
Okay, so a J-curve is unity. What about the valley?
The valley is the bimodal distribution, or the U-curve,
Yeah.
and it is arguably the most dangerous shape in political science.
If you visualize the U-curve, you see a massive mountain of people entrenched on the far left extreme, a second massive mountain of people entrenched on the far right extreme, and a deep, empty, desolate valley in the exact center.
The moderates have completely vanished.
Yes, this is the mathematical visualization of severe polarization.
Yeah.
The abortion debate in the United States often models as a bimodal U-curve.
You have enormous, highly motivated clusters on the absolute pro-life extreme and the absolute pro-choice extreme, with very few individuals identifying as genuinely conflicted or holding a nuanced middle ground position.
And our sources offered a very stark historical warning about the U-curve. They noted that if a society develops too many bimodal distributions, if multiple major issues all turn into U-curves at the same time, the entire political system inevitably breaks down.
History demonstrates this with terrifying consistency. Democratic institutions, legislatures, courts, executives are structurally designed to function through negotiation and compromise.
But if the public is bimodal, compromise becomes logically impossible. To a voter at an extreme peak of a U-curve, compromising with the other peak isn't politics, it is moral treason.
When the moderate center completely hollows out, the democratic machinery jams. This exact bimodal collapse preceded the extremist takeover of the Weimar Republic in Germany in 1933.
It sparked the brutal ideological Spanish Civil War in 1936. It led directly to the military coup in Chile in 1973. A society dominated by U-curves is a society actively tearing itself apart.
Which brings us to the shape that saves us, the hill.
The unimodal distribution, commonly known as the bell-shaped curve. On this graph, there are very few people at the radical fringes. Instead, the vast, overwhelming majority of citizens are clustered tightly together in the moderate center, forming the large, smooth peak of the hill.
The boring, beautiful middle.
Exactly. Democracy is intrinsically a centrist mechanism. It absolutely requires that great, boring bulge in the middle to survive.
It needs a massive block of citizens who hold moderate views, who are willing to accept incremental change, and most importantly, who view their political opponents as flawed neighbors rather than mortal enemies to be destroyed.
If you examine any stable, long-lasting, industrialized democracy, you will find that public opinion on the fundamental issues of governance forms a unimodal bell curve.
So, if the survival of our entire democratic system relies on maintaining that moderate center, that bell curve, it makes the mechanics of polling incredibly high stakes. Because how do we make sure our surveys aren't accidentally pushing people out of the center and into the extremes?
This brings us to what I like to call the dark arts of surveying. Because the process of gathering this data is rigged with psychological traps.
It is an incredibly delicate scientific procedure. You are trying to extract a pure thought from a human brain without contaminating it.
And the most dangerous variable, the tool that can completely destroy the validity of a multi-million-dollar survey, is the simple power of wording. A single adjective can alter reality.
The examples the text provided for this are staggering. Let's look at the polling conducted in 1999 during the impeachment scandal of President Bill Clinton.
It perfectly illustrates how framing dictates the response. During the height of the scandal, the Washington Post and ABC News collaborated on a major national survey. They split their representative sample into two equal halves.
To the first half, they asked this specific question. Should President Clinton resign or fight the charges in the Senate?
The key word there is fight. And what was the response?
When presented with that phrasing, 59% of the respondents stated that the president should resign. A clear, solid majority.
But then they turned to the second half of their perfectly matched sample.
They asked the second group the exact same fundamental question, but they altered one brief phrase. They asked, should President Clinton resign or remain in office and face trial in the Senate?
Face trial. And the numbers.
The demand for his resignation plummeted. Only 43% of this group said he should resign.
That is a massive 16-point swing, purely based on vocabulary. Because if you think about the psychology of the listener, the word fight sounds combative, aggressive, partisan, exhausting.
People hear fight and think, I'm so sick of this drama, just resign and make it stop. But remain in office and face trial sounds dignified, it sounds constitutional, procedural, fair.
And boom, the pollster has entirely manipulated the outcome of the survey simply by swapping a verb.
It proves that a poorly worded survey doesn't measure public opinion. It creates it. And it gets even more complicated. Because often the problem isn't the wording of the question.
The problem is that the person answering the phone has absolutely zero knowledge of the topic, but they refuse to admit it.
Yes. The phenomenon of non-attitudes. Think about your own life. Think about the last time you were walking down the street and someone with a clipboard stopped you, or a professional pollster called you during dinner.
If they ask your opinion on a highly complex, brand new piece of banking legislation, your psychological instinct is to want to sound competent. You want to sound like an informed, responsible citizen. You don't want to say, I am completely ignorant regarding this topic.
We are deeply social creatures, and we fear looking foolish. So exactly as you described, the respondent will literally fabricate an opinion in real time.
They will quickly analyze the tone of the question, grab onto a familiar buzzword, and invent a stance on the spot just to satisfy the interviewer.
They just make it up.
They do. And this epidemic of non-attitudes introduces a terrifying level of volatility into polling data, because an opinion that is fabricated on the spot has absolutely no roots. It isn't anchored to any underlying philosophy or knowledge.
If you call that exact same person 2 weeks later and ask the same question, they will likely give you a completely different answer because they forgot the fiction they invented the first time.
There is a brilliant historical anecdote involving Lyndon B. Johnson that captures the danger of non-attitudes perfectly. It's 1965, and the U.S. is just beginning the massive escalation of ground troops in Vietnam.
An aide comes sprinting into the Oval Office, waving a brand new public opinion poll and says, Mr. President, great news. We have overwhelming public opinion on our side. The public strongly supports the escalation.
And LBJ, who is a notorious micromanager and obsessively consumed polling data, looks at the enthusiastic aide and replies, yes, but for a very underwhelming period of time.
He knew. His political instincts were unmatched. He knew that the 2/3 of the country expressing support for an abstract, distant conflict in 1965 were largely offering non-attitudes.
They didn't understand the geography of Southeast Asia. They didn't understand the resilience of the Viet Cong.
LBJ knew that the moment the reality of the war hit, the moment the body bags started coming home in large numbers, those unrooted non-attitudes would instantly evaporate and transform into vehement opposition.
And beyond the psychological traps of wording and non-attitudes, modern pollsters are facing an absolute existential methodological nightmare, just trying to physically contact a representative sample in the 21st century.
Because the technology has completely broken the old models.
For decades, the absolute gold standard of polling was RDD, random digit dialing.
Yeah.
Computers would literally just dial random numbers within specific geographic area codes.
It was brilliant because it was cheap, and because nearly 100% of American households had a landline telephone, it virtually guaranteed a perfectly representative sample of the general public.
But nobody has a landline anymore. Or if they do, it's exclusively used by my grandmother. And even on our cell phones, we all use caller ID. If I see a number I don't recognize, I immediately silence it.
Precisely. The response rates for phone surveys have plummeted from around 36% in the late 1990s to the low single digits today. People are exhausted by telemarketers, automated political spam, and scammers, so they simply stop answering.
Pollsters are desperately trying to adapt. They're shifting to registration-based sampling, or RBS, where they purchase massive commercial databases of registered voters and target them directly. But that is incredibly expensive.
So they moved to the internet, right? Everyone is online.
They are trying internet surveys, but they are fraught with danger because of self-selection bias.
Let's explain why that's dangerous. Because an internet poll feels like the literary digest disaster all over again, just in digital form.
It is the exact same mathematical fallacy. If you run a poll by placing a link on a website and waiting for people to click it, your sample is ruined the moment it begins. You are no longer measuring the general public.
You are exclusively measuring people who have abundant free time, who are highly opinionated, and who care enough to actively seek out a survey. This heavily skews toward higher income, highly polarized individuals.
If your methodology only captures the angry, the lonely, or the hyper-partisan who voluntarily click the link, your poll is scientifically invalid.
So we have an entire industry plagued by psychological wording traps, a public eager to invent non-attitudes, and a technological landscape that makes actually reaching normal people nearly impossible.
And yet, despite all of these massive flaws, this volatile data feeds directly into what is undeniably the most closely watched, obsessively analyzed metric on planet Earth: presidential approval ratings.
The presidential approval rating is the ultimate barometer of political capital. It dictates what a president can achieve, but to truly understand it, you have to understand its natural, almost biological life cycle.
It's a roller coaster ride. Yeah, and it always starts at the peak.
The honeymoon phase. Almost every chief executive enters office with artificially inflated support. The public is generally optimistic, they want the new leader to succeed, and the press usually grants them a temporary grace period. It is a moment of immense political opportunity.
But the source material pointed out a deeply cruel irony about this honeymoon phase.
It is the central tragedy of the presidency. A president's popularity is almost always at its absolute highest, exactly when their administration is the least experienced.
When they have the massive political capital required to pass sweeping legislation, they often lack the operational competence, the staff coordination, and the deep institutional knowledge required to actually execute it. They're still learning where the bathrooms are in the West Wing.
And by the time they figure out how to pull the levers of power,
gravity takes hold. The honeymoon inevitably ends. Unforeseen problems accumulate. The opposition party regroups and begins to aggressively attack.
the polling numbers start their slow, inexorable slide downward. It is a statistical rarity for a president to leave office as popular as they were on their inauguration day.
Unless they get hit with a crisis. Let's talk about political scientist John Mueller's theory of rally events.
It's a fascinating, deeply ingrained psychological phenomenon. Mueller observed that when the nation faces a sudden, dramatic, highly publicized crisis, particularly an international threat or a direct attack, the American public reflexively drops its partisan divisions.
They rally around the president. In that moment of fear, the president ceases to be a partisan politician and transforms into the living symbol of the nation itself. Supporting the president becomes synonymous with patriotism and national survival.
The historical examples of these rally spikes are dramatic. Jimmy Carter's approval rating instantly jumped 13 points when radical students seized the American embassy and took hostages in Iran in 1979.
George H.W. Bush gained 18 points the moment he launched Operation Desert Storm. Barack Obama saw an 11-point spike the week he announced the successful raid against Osama bin Laden.
And we witnessed the most massive rally spike in modern polling history with George W. Bush. Following the horrific attacks of September 11th, his approval rating skyrocketed an unprecedented 35 percentage points almost overnight, reaching nearly 90%.
But rally events are essentially a political sugar high, aren't they? The crash is inevitable.
They never last. The emotion fades, and reality reasserts itself. Carter's massive spike completely evaporated as the hostage crisis dragged on for months, making him appear weak and helpless.
George H.W. Bush's stratospheric Gulf War popularity couldn't save him from the anger over a lingering domestic economic recession, and he lost his re-election bid.
And George W. Bush's historic post-9/11 support slowly bled away over years as the war in Iraq devolved into a long, bloody, inconclusive quagmire.
That's the gravity I mentioned. No matter how many rally events you get, there are two forces that will absolutely destroy a presidency's popularity. Long, bloody wars like Truman bogged down in Korea, LBJ destroyed by Vietnam, Bush diminished by Iraq, and a bad economy.
The economy is the heaviest, most inescapable anchor. Over the last half-century, 5 Republican presidents, Eisenhower, Ford, Reagan, and both Bushes, watched their approval ratings plummet specifically during severe economic downturns.
Conversely, Bill Clinton managed to survive a deeply humiliating, highly partisan impeachment process with his approval ratings remarkably high, almost entirely because the late 90s economy was booming.
But here's a weird quirk about how the public processes reality. Sometimes an approval rating jumps for reasons that make absolutely zero logical sense. The sources detail something called the spillover effect. Let's use the Grenada invasion to explain this, and I want us to integrate how political scientists actually map this data.
The spillover effect perfectly highlights how illogical and purely emotional public opinion can be. In 1983, President Ronald Reagan ordered the U.S. military to invade the small Caribbean island nation of Grenada to oust a Marxist government and rescue American medical students.
It was a swift, decisive, overwhelming military victory. It triggered a classic textbook rally event, and Reagan's overall approval rating jumped.
Okay, that follows Miller's theory perfectly.
But here is where the logic breaks down. At the exact same time, pollsters asked the public a separate question. Do you approve of President Reagan's economic policies? And suddenly, those numbers jumped significantly too.
Even though deploying Marines to a Caribbean island has absolutely zero mechanical impact on domestic tax rates, inflation, or unemployment in Ohio.
Exactly. But the public felt a surge of positive emotion. They felt good about the president's decisiveness and strength on the global stage, and that generalized positive emotion simply spilled over, coloring their perception of an entirely unrelated policy area.
So, if you are a political scientist trying to track this mathematically, you have to establish variables. Let's walk through how they do this organically. In this scenario, the invasion of Grenada is what they would call the independent variable.
Correct. The independent variable is the catalyst. It is the action or the event that you hypothesize is forcing a change. It stands alone.
And the president's economic approval rating would be the dependent variable, because its movement depends on the shockwave of the invasion.
Exactly. You are testing to see if the independent variable actually moves the dependent variable. And when scientists plot these two variables on a timeline over weeks or months, they are looking for a specific relationship called covariance.
So, covariance,
Right.
meaning how they vary or move together.
Precisely. If you graph the timeline of the Grenada invasion and immediately see the line representing economic approval rise simultaneously, political scientists say you have established positive covariance. The two factors are moving together in the same direction, proving the spillover effect exists.
If the approval line dropped while the invasion happened, that would be negative covariance.
Yeah.
And if the approval line just wobbled randomly, completely unaffected by the invasion, there is zero covariance. I love that framework because it strips away the partisan emotion and just maps the structural physics of how human beings react to events.
So we have gone on a massive intellectual journey today. We've defined the boundaries of public opinion. We've exposed the psychological traps of non-attitudes and wording biases. We've built the combination lock of demographics. We've stratified society into 3 tiers. And we've watched how all of this flawed data creates the roller coaster of presidential power.
Which brings us to the ultimate million-dollar question, the entire reason we set out on this deep dive. Given everything we have just unpacked, the massive public ignorance regarding basic geography, the intense volatility of made-up non-attitudes, the severe methodological nightmares of actually finding a representative sample, and the susceptibility to emotional spillover. Should a nation actually be governed by polls?
It is the central, agonizing tension of modern representative democracy. If an elected leader simply wakes up, looks at the morning tracking polls, and dictates national policy based entirely on what a slight majority of the general public says they want that specific morning, that leader is fundamentally abdicating their responsibility. Because, as we have seen, they are likely following a mirage. They are following non-attitudes, fleeting emotional spikes, and the results of poorly worded questions.
And worse, they are making themselves entirely vulnerable to the most malicious actors in the political ecosystem. We haven't even touched on the dark arts of push polls.
Push polls are the absolute nadir of the industry. A push poll is not a scientific survey. It is a targeted smear campaign masquerading as objective research. A caller will contact a voter and ask a highly leading question such as, would you be more or less likely to vote for candidate X if you knew they had been under federal investigation for massive tax fraud?
Even if candidate X has absolutely never been investigated for tax fraud.
Exactly. The truth is irrelevant. The pollster doesn't actually care if you answer more likely or less likely. The sole objective of the phone call is to plant a toxic, fabricated piece of information into the respondent's subconscious under the guise of an official survey. If a leader governs purely by the whims of public opinion, they are allowing their nation to be steered by an ecosystem that is heavily polluted by these deliberate manipulative tactics.
And beyond just manipulation, there are structural debates about how the sheer act of broadcasting these measurements actually distorts the democratic process itself. I'm thinking specifically about exit polls on election night.
Exit polling creates a massive systemic vulnerability. In the United States, television news networks aggressively use exit polls to predict and call the winner of a state the moment the polling locations close. But because the U.S. spans multiple time zones, when the networks declare a landslide victory based on East Coast data at 8:00 p.m. Eastern, it is only 5:00 p.m. on the West Coast.
The polls in California and Oregon are still open for hours.
Yes. So a voter in Los Angeles, sitting in their car after work, hears on the radio that the national election is already mathematically decided. The psychological impact is immediate. They think, well, my candidate already lost or already won, so why should I bother standing in the rain for an hour to vote?
It completely depresses turnout. And that doesn't just affect the presidential race at the top of the ticket.
That is the cascade effect. That West Coast voter stays home, which means they don't vote in their local mayoral race, their city council race, or their congressional race. The broadcast of the East Coast data actively alters the outcome of West Coast local elections. It is a terrifying instance of the observer effect in politics. The mere act of measuring the event fundamentally alters the result of the event. It is why nations like France strictly prohibit the publication of any polling data in the days immediately preceding an election.
So if the data is this flawed, this easily manipulated and structurally dangerous, what is the alternative? How is a democratic leader supposed to navigate this?
The alternative is the courage to be unpopular. Polls are incredibly useful tools if and only if they are used correctly. They are snapshots. They provide a topographical map of the electorate. They tell a leader where the public's anxieties are focused, what issues are gaining salience, and most importantly, how much educating the general public requires before a complex policy can be implemented. But polls are a terrible substitute for careful analysis, structural planning, and prudent anticipation.
The text brought up Harry Truman again in this specific context, and I think his presidency is the perfect historical vindication of this philosophy.
Truman is the ultimate archetype of the anti-polling president. Throughout his tenure, he consistently made monumental decisions that violently defied the public opinion of the moment. He fired the incredibly popular General Douglas MacArthur during the Korean War. He issued executive orders to racially integrate the armed forces against fierce societal resistance. He committed troops to Korea to halt communist expansion.
And the public hated him for it.
They vilified him. His approval ratings sank into the 20s, some of the lowest numbers ever recorded for a sitting president. But Truman operated on a structural, elite understanding of what he genuinely believed the long-term survival of the country and the free world required. He refused to cater to the immediate, visceral anger of the J-curves and U-curves. And decades later, historians widely celebrate his presidency. He is lauded for doing what was strategically necessary, absorbing the immediate wrath of the public for the long-term good. He understood that a leader must be a navigator, charting a course through the storm, not a mirror simply reflecting the lightning.
But a navigator, not a mirror. That is brilliant.
Which brings me to the thought I want to leave with you, the listener, today. As you navigate the news this week, as you see the inevitable barrage of news surveys, tracking polls, and pie charts telling you what the country supposedly thinks, I want you to consider a profound paradox at the heart of our system. If the political elites truly believe, and as we've seen today, the hard data on non-attitudes, geographical ignorance, and wording traps heavily backs them up, if they truly believe that the general public is simply too uninformed, too burdened by daily life, or too emotional to make complex, long-term policy decisions, then what is the actual fundamental goal of a representative democracy? Is the ultimate goal of our system to do exactly what the people want in the specific, fleeting, highly emotional moment? Or is the true goal of a republic to do what the people would want if they had access to all the facts, unlimited time to study them, and the structural expertise to understand the consequences? The next time you see a poll on the news claiming to capture the soul of the nation, take a step back. Ask yourself, is this piece of data a mirror, perfectly reflecting the reality of our society? Or is it a flashlight, being wielded by someone with a specific agenda trying to guide us into the dark?
And always remember the weather analogy. A poll is nothing more than a quick thermometer reading on a Tuesday afternoon. It might tell you if you need to carry an umbrella today, but it cannot and should not tell you how to build a foundation that will withstand the climate of the next century.
Exactly. We need architects, not just meteorologists. Thank you for joining us on this massive journey through the chaotic, entirely fascinating mechanics of human thought. Stay curious.